What would you think of a heavens where the stars were all arranged at even intervals?
Welcome to Being in the Way, the Alan Watts podcast. And today we're going to be listening to a session from Learning the Human Game. This is from a seminar recorded in 1965 at University of Michigan. And he talks about some very interesting metaphysical perspectives. Many of you will know the first session from this seminar well from The Coincidence of Opposites, which has been part of the Tao Philosophy series, and now we're remastering many of those talks. And so they'll be appearing on our podcast and also on our new streaming channel, which will begin this fall. Look for the Alan Watts channel and also 2 new Alan Watts apps coming your way. But today we're going to hear a talk that has been in the archives for many years, part 2 of Learning the Human Game. These podcasts are produced by the Alan Watts Organization in conjunction with the Ram Dass Be Here Now Network. Again, this is from Learning the Human Game, 1965. University of Michigan, and here's Alan Watts in Learning the Human Game.
This morning, I was talking to you about the problem of our fundamental assumptions about life and health. And this, of course, therefore involved a lecture on metaphysics. Because what I understand by metaphysics is simply whatever system of axioms we're operating on. And I tried to tell you what mine is. And you may say it's arbitrary, because I can't prove any of these assumptions. But I'm just suggesting that they are a fruitful basis for a life. That word fruitful is very important. In mathematics, for example, there are certain problems which are considered fruitful and certain problems which are considered unfruitful. You can't, for example, establish a mathematical system which excludes the rule of consistency. There's no future in that. No game, no play in it. And this, you see, becomes one of the most crucial questions about the theory of games. And trying to decide what are good game rules as distinct from bad game rules. And let's say game rules that are fruitful are good. Games that give us a lot of play and a lot of adventure. And because what we want to do, apparently, is to go on living in an interesting way. And so the nature of productive or unproductive, fruitful or unfruitful game rules is extremely important. I think there's a parallel between ethics and language. Some of you have read my book, Psychotherapy East and West. I don't want to bore you with repeating things that you've already read, and I know some of you haven't, but let me just go over this a little bit again. Language is a very curious model for problems in ethics and behavior in general. Not so long ago, a new edition of Webster was published, in which the editors took an extremely liberal point of view. They regarded their duty as lexicographers to record the way language is actually being used by most people now. And therefore they admitted into the dictionary all sorts of expressions, like, say, the word contact used as a verb, which is extremely bad grammar from an old-fashioned point of view, but they record all this kind of thing because people are doing it. And also to address a clergyman as Reverend Smith is very bad grammar. Shows you're not educated. But the dictionary now records this use as something legitimate. And the most marvelous review of this dictionary was written by Dwight MacDonald in the New Yorker, who said the lexicographers have abdicated their responsibility. It's true that language should live and should change. But if the lexicographers give in entirely to this, there are no standards. Now this, you see, is an ethical question, but it's put in the form of language. Now what are we to do about that? There are certain people who argue that English as spoken in London in 1910 by the upper class people who had public school and university training is the right English language. If you get, for example, such a book as Fowler's Modern English Usage, you will find a marvelous guide to a certain epoch of correct English with very funny and sharp criticism of variations from this. For example, let's consider just one word, to dig, which has become extremely common in American speech. I dig you. What advantage does this word have over appreciate or enjoy or understand? Now, you must admit it does have a little bit of advantage. I appreciate you. I enjoy what you say. I understand what you say. Man, I dig what you say. Has a degree more of intimacy. It means that you and I belong to the same club. We probably smoke pot. And so we've got a little secret between ourselves that appreciate doesn't share, enjoy doesn't share, understand doesn't share. So it becomes a word of a subculture that has certain practices that are outlawed by the culture at large. Now, here you see the dictionary people are confronted with a dilemma. They have to be authorities because there must be rules. If there aren't any rules of language, we can never understand each other. If I refer to this 1 minute as a table, the next minute as a boojum, the next minute as a sub-dub, can't even spell that. You don't know what I'm talking about. But because we have agreed rules of language, just as we have agreed rules of which side of the road we shall drive on, and what kind of things we shall eat our dinner out of, and with what implements, and what sort of things we're going to eat anyway, we can have a community. We can't have a community if that's what we want. And incidentally, that's what we are, unless we have agreed rules. Now, the problem with ethics in general is this, that to find out how ought we to behave, people look up the past. And they say, now, Moses gave us 10 commandments. And those 10 commandments are sacrosanct. You've got to go back to those. But you know, when you come to be, I'm 50 years old now, and I have 5 grandchildren. And I realize how stupid my grandfather was, because I've attained the same age. In other words, I know how little he knew. Although when I was a little boy, he seemed to me marvelous authority. So constantly there's a tendency in us to look back to the past and say there are certain tried and true rules which people have followed for centuries. And they work. And we should adhere to the old rules. That's partly true. It's very important truth, as a matter of fact. Just so long as it isn't made an absolute truth. Then it becomes dangerous. Because while those people themselves who are in our past were adhering to their tried and true rules, they were also inventing things. They were trying new experiments. And So here's the parallel between ethics and language. If a language is dead, like Latin, it tends not to invent any new words. Although, as a matter of fact, at the Vatican Council, where all the debates are carried on in Latin, they have to have Latin words for things like telephone, automobile, and so on. But on the whole, the theological debates in Latin utterly resist new words. And so in India, where theological debates are carried on in Sanskrit, which is likewise a dead language, which is no longer used in living speech, but simply a language among scholars, they have no new words. But a living language is constantly inventing new words and new forms of grammatical expression. You are watching now a time in which the sentence is going out of existence. The subject, verb, predicate form of expressing yourself is lapsing from our literature, and yet our literature remains perfectly intelligible. I mean, except a guy like Burroughs, who's now advocating making a manuscript and cutting it in 4 pieces and rearranging them so that it reads a different way across and all that jazz. But by and large, the language must keep moving. Now then, what's the duty of the grammarian and the lexicographer? His duty is to keep everybody informed of the changes that are being made. He tells you all these new things are current, and in terms of what you're used to, the old language, that's the language he uses for the definitions. You know, he has dig. It has this meaning to put a spade in the ground and move the soil. That's dig 1. Dig 2, a word used to mean appreciate, to understand, etc., in a certain milieu of our society. What he's doing, he's keeping everybody informed of the way the rules are changing. And by those means, we can all keep up with it and know what's happening. Now, we don't feel any violence exercised upon us when we observe the rules of language. It is not a crime, punishable by imprisonment, to speak bad English. It may be a crime to tell a lie or to speak a libel, but to disobey the rules of English is not a crime. All that happens is you're not understood. And this is a very healthy situation because we have very little trouble as a consequence in getting people to be more or less intelligible. It's difficult. The English is a very difficult language to learn. It has no grammar. It's purely idiomatic. But nevertheless, an incredible number of people succeed in this very, very complex task. But we have an attitude to the rules that is completely intelligible and rational. If you can't speak the language, you can't have fun with your friends. If you want to get on with people, if you want to have friends, you've got to speak this language. That's all there is to it. Now, it seems to me that problems of ethics should be approached in exactly the same way as problems in language. That ethics is not something that should be referred entirely to the past. We should try ethical experimentation. What would you like to do? What new kinds of behavior would you like to explore? Do they injure anyone? Do they deprive anyone? Or would they be a new adventure? We should be creative in ethics. We should make out new patterns of ethical behavior, just as we make out new patterns of language in our effort to describe new experiences. That's what it is. I mean, I've been involved very deeply in the problem of finding language that is intelligible for experiences that people haven't had. My whole work as a writer has been devoted to the study of the psychology of religion and of religious experiences, mystical experiences, things that are supposed to be ineffable, which means unutterable, but I maintain they can be uttered if you're clever enough. So I went from that into the study of changes of consciousness brought about by certain kinds of drugs, and said, I will describe what is going to happen because I would love to be able to meet this challenge. And so, but in doing this, I have to invent languages. But I have to somehow say, in terms of your language, this is the old language, what my new language means. So in the same way, why don't we invent new forms of behavior? We got to be stuck with all the forms of behavior we've always been accustomed to? Why not try something different? And see if it works. Now, what does it mean works? That's the question, isn't it? Then we get down to what games work. Now, let's take an illustration. I'll give you 3 games. First is tic-tac-toe. The second is something of the level of chess or bridge or poker. And the third is 3-dimensional chess. Now, tic-tac-toe is a game that reduces itself to tossing a coin. Who's going to start? Because if you know how to play tic-tac-toe, you win every time you have the first start. So it becomes boring. A game, as we say, with no future in it. Now let's go to the other extreme, which is 3-dimensional chess. I don't know if you've ever tried to play this. You play it on 8 boards, representing the 8 levels of a cube. See, a chessboard is 8 by 8. All right, pile 8 boards, as it were, on a high-rise, and then play the same set of men, through the boards. Imagine a knight's move inside a cube. Well, most people say this is absolutely too complex for me to follow. I can't keep up with this at all. You have to be a super intellect to do this. I mean, chess is a complicated enough game on a surface. To put it in a cube, and only the masters can even begin to understand it. So, whereas tic-tac-toe fails because it's much too simple, and therefore boring, 3-dimensional chess fails because it's too complicated. Now, why is tic-tac-toe so boring? Because it reduces itself to tossing a coin, and according to probability laws, the more times you toss a coin, the more is the probability that heads and tails will turn up in a 50-50 ratio. So what? In other words, the way in which, although each time you toss it, you've got a 50-50 chance of which will turn up, you see. Might be one or the other. There's no way of predicting it. You can predict that in 500 times of tossing, you will approximate to 250 times heads and 250 times tails. And in 1,000, you will be even closer to 500 times heads and 500 times tails. In 2,000, still closer. Now, as a game becomes predictable, it becomes boring. That's why people don't want to know their future. If you could go to a fortune teller or astrologer who would tell you just exactly what was going to happen to you, we all have a certain reluctance, I think, to do that. Because if we know what the outcome of something will be, it's not worth doing it. This is one of the very marvelous things that is a result of some research going on today. The Rand Corporation is extremely interested in a method for predicting the outcome of a war starting at any given moment. They're trying to find systems for assessing the military potential and saying, now, if a war starts now, the Russians will win, the Americans will win, or whatever, so that if you know what's going to happen, you don't have to do it. So in the same way, if you know the result of a certain course of action, you will lose the inclination to take it. The fascination of life, the fascination of games, is the unknown result, not the known result. So then, between the unintelligible complexity of three-dimensional chess and the all too intelligible non-complexity of tic-tac-toe, there lie games like bridge, checkers, chess, poker, wherein we get a certain kind of blend of chance and skill. Games of pure skill tend to work themselves into a blind alley. We get people who are monsters of skill, the great chess masters, the great golfers, great shooting people, who, bounce a ping pong ball on the ground and suddenly shoot it through with an arrow. I can't compete with that. I think it's fascinating, I think it's marvelous, but I can't play with that. So what we're all looking for is an element of randomness and an element of order. Some skill in relation to some randomness. So we get optimal games in the middle. And we feel that these are games which have a future. You can get interested in them. And you can go on and on and on and on playing them. Because, on the one hand, you will never master them. And on the other hand, they will never seem to you absolutely beyond your ability, as three-dimensional chess might. So you've got here a possibility of challenging the disorder of pure chance, and yet you will never arrive at the point of conquering it. And for some reason, the human being finds this to be a beautiful situation. Let me switch immediately the whole analogy to another field altogether, the field of gardening. In the 18th century, there was a fashion for formal gardens, where all the tulips formed fours, where trees were clipped in the art of topiary to resemble peacocks and sundials, and elephants, and all kinds of things, and where all gardens were arranged on a symmetrical plan. At that time in history, there was even somebody who complained that the Lord God had not properly arranged the stars in the sky. That if he had made symmetrical patterns, the heavens would be far more beautiful than they are with the scatter. But don't we recognize today, from our aesthetic point of view, that the scatter of stars is lovely? What would you think of a heavens where the stars were all arranged at even intervals in concentric circles? Would you like that? Would you like to go out at night and see that? No. We like the stars scattered as they are, and we also like to see, when the waves break on the shore, the patterns of foam. And the funny thing is, you can look at those patterns hour after hour and realize that they never make an aesthetic mistake. Never. They never do anything inelegant. Just like a cat. It never makes a bad move. Do you make a bad move? Ever? Or are you like a cat? Or like patterns on the phone? It's quite a question. But there seems to be somewhere an optimal situation. Everything arranged symmetrically and in an ordered way, we understand And we feel safe there, but we don't like it. It's confining. Everything purely chaotic, we can't make out at all. But there's somewhere a middle ground in relation to whatever degree of complexity the human nervous system has attained. There is a middle ground which we feel comfortable in because it's orderly, and yet at the same time it contains an element of excitement and unpredictability. And the balance of these two things is what we call the good life. So this is a practical application of the theory of games, behavior. You've got to have two ingredients, you see. The ingredient of control and the ingredient of no control. And always be sure you have both. Now, we're living in a culture that is opposed to this, which believes that life can be controlled. That wants, or thinks it wants, it doesn't really want, but thinks it wants, to cut out the random element. And so we constantly say, there should be a law against it, whatever it is. And we are, by doing that, by working in that direction, we are going to create for ourselves a society, a culture in which everything is regulated. It will be safe that way. Today, in Beverly Hills, California, you can't go out at night and take an easy stroll for several blocks before a police car will overtake you and say, "What are you doing?" They say, "I'm just taking a walk." "Well, you're a suspicious character. What are you walking for? Don't you own a car? Get off the road. We don't want strangers wandering around here." So whenever you want to go anywhere, you have to get in your damn car and go. You're not allowed to walk. So in the same way, you want to start a business? You want to make shoes and sell them somewhere to someone? You want to raise avocado pears and put them mildly on the market just to make a little money? What happens? I have a friend who raised avocado pears. A man came from the Department of Commerce with a 500-page form to fill in. He said, "I don't have a secretarial staff. I don't have, like the Carnegie Institute has, a vice president in charge of relations with the government." He said, "I won't fill your form in. It'll take me days. I haven't that kind of time." And they came back and said, "You must fill this form in." He said, "I can't fill it in." So he made the representative of the Department of Commerce sit down and fill in the form himself. He said, "Here are my records, you fill in the form." And the man stayed there several days and filled in this form. Well, now, the fact that all these controls had to exist was the result of people complaining about all the people who broke the rules. And so they worked out a form that if you could fill that in, you see, you would be controlled. You wouldn't be breaking the rules. But the society which is foolproof, where the laws are really efficient so that they're properly enforced, and there's the minimum opportunity for anyone to make a mistake, that society is the complete 1984 Big Brother setup. Nobody enjoys it. The game is no longer worth the candle. There's no risk. There's no adventure. To be completely safe is to be completely dead. On the other hand, you can see that the opposite of that is equally absurd. where there isn't any regulation, where you have a kind of anarchy, and where everybody has to carry a sword, as it's becoming in New York today. You have to go around armed in New York because of the proliferation of street crimes. Nobody wants that either. So we're always looking in the problem of government, the problem of law, the problem of control, for an optimal balance between liberty and license, and between control and spontaneity. And exactly the same problem exists for the painter, the sculptor, the musician. You see, let's take one of the very greatest of Western musicians, is J.S. Bach. To our ears, he appears symmetrical, orderly, stately. But every so often, Bach actually introduces a trick. He has a wonderful control of dissonances. He lets things happen and so combines his formality with little touches of informality. Just little touches, just a bit. So much salt in the stew, and keeps you constantly fascinated. So in painters, say, let's take Chinese calligraphy, which I was talking about earlier, is very, very strictly disciplined in formal art. But what they love is a real master calligrapher allows accidents to happen. His brush runs dry suddenly, and you get a sweep of a line like a horse's tail, where the ink ran dry. And there's a kind of interesting texture, an interesting dynamic pattern in that, which is much appreciated. Lovely. It livens the whole thing up. So they call this the art of the controlled accident. You see, the element in an artist which differentiates a very competent technician from an inspired master is that an inspired master is first of all a competent technician. And then he lets go of himself and allows things to happen beyond his control. But he introduces the elements beyond his control into the context that he has under control. So he can show you something that is a mess, but he'll put it in a context that makes it look marvelous. How a photographer can alter his framework in a certain way so as to take a filthy old ashtray or a pile of garbage and make it look gorgeous. He'll alter the light just thus and so, and he'll get the color absolutely marvelous and correct. He'll use all that technique, and he'll focus that technique on a heap of junk. Have any of you played with a gadget called a kaleidoscope? A kaleidoscope is it's like a kaleidoscope, but a kaleidoscope has pieces of glass set into it so that as you turn it and look through it, the pattern alters. A kaleidoscope has, instead of pieces of glass, a lens which shows you anything in the surrounding area, and you look at it, and it turns it into an octagonal repeating pattern. In other words, there's a circle made up of 8 triangles, each of which reflects the other. Now, if you look at a bookcase, which is an orderly thing, it's relatively uninteresting. If you look at any kind of symmetrical field, what you get in the kaleidoscope will be rather boring. But look at a mess. So a dirty ashtray, a messy desk, that's where you get the most beautiful results. So apparently the way we human beings tick is that that's what we want to see. We want to see the junkie and the orderly thrown together. And either one of them, either one extreme will horrify us. But if you put them together, it swings. Because that, you see, is exactly what we all are. We are a combination. See, we as we look around the room, all of us look regular. We're just used to each other. We think that the way we are is the rational way. But if you took a human being and put him in front of somebody who had never seen a human being before, and just took one of these things, you think, well, what kind of a mess is that? What a wiggly object that is. Doesn't make any sense. But because there are enough of us, and it keeps repeating the pattern, jut, 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 2 eyes each time, jut, 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 I begin to say, oh, well, that's order. But I don't want to see just that. I don't want to see the same face each time. I want these eyes to be brown, these eyes to be blue, these eyes to be serious, these eyes to be comical, these eyes to be critical, these eyes to be amorous, these eyes to be joking, pointing fun at me, or whatever, see? Then I get a good feeling in the midst of regularity. So I think this is our problem in trying to arrive at an idea of what is mental health. Mental health is a good game. And a good game is what keeps a certain balance between randomness and order. And a healthy society, therefore, is one which keeps a proper balance between law and whimsy. But this always escapes our capacity to enforce it. Do you see that? To have a society like that, we've always at a certain point got to trust the other fellow and give up control. Take a risk. Take a gamble. So you see now, in the Chinese theory of human nature, they disagree with us. We are apt to feel that people can't be trusted because we say the veneer of civilization is very thin. And when really critical events come up, even the most respectable people turn out to be savages. Little children, I've often heard people say, they're nothing but animals. And if you want to get these animals to have culture and to behave themselves, you've got to whip them. And this is, of course, the philosophy of original sin. But in the Confucian philosophy in China, they have a completely different idea, which is that the fundamental virtue of a human being is defined as human-heartedness, which is a higher virtue than righteousness, a higher virtue than propriety and fine manners, to be human-hearted. And when Confucius was asked for a definition of human-heartedness, he refused it. He said, you know what it is. Now, what is human-heartedness? Look, we know we all have passions. We are greedy. We are lusty. We are like to be comfortable and try and wangle ways in which other people do the work for us, and so on. And we know very well we all do these things. Now, Confucius' idea was that this kind of human nature is very trustworthy. You can rely on it. You can rely more on people's natural passions than you can on their virtues. For example, if I want to wage a war, and I want to do it in order to capture somebody else's wealth and his women, I'm going to be very careful in waging that war that I don't destroy his wealth and his women. I want them in top condition. So I'm going to wage a very skillful war that will paralyze my opponent, but not destroy and not spoil the things that I want to get from it. But if I wage a war, not because I'm greedy, but because I'm righteous, and that enemy, that nation, has done something wrong morally, I'm going to demand unconditional surrender, and I'm going to use atom bombs and every kind of annihilation against him until he gives up. I will wreck his whole situation in the name principle. And Confucius, 600 years BC, wagged his finger at that and said, that's not humane. It's too virtuous. He said, the goody-goodies are the thieves of virtue. So, we suffer, you see, in our culture.
You see, one of the strangest things about life is how desperately we chase what would have come to us if only we'd stopped running. We grow up taught that effort is everything, that the right people, the right opportunities, the right luxuries will appear only if we fight, compete, and push through. And yet, if you watch life closely, you begin to see that much of what truly matters has always come unannounced, like the breeze through an open window, or a melody that drifts in from somewhere you didn't expect. The trouble is that most of us don't trust that breeze. We want guarantees, schedules, proof that what's meant for us will arrive on time. So we tighten our grip on life, chasing the future as if it were running away. But the future isn't running, it's unfolding quietly, in rhythm with how relaxed or resistant you are to the present. Think of it this way. When you drop a pebble into still water, the ripples move out effortlessly, perfectly circular, perfectly balanced. The water doesn't strain to create that beauty. It simply responds. And yet, if the surface of the water were disturbed, the ripples would break, collide, distort. This is what happens when we live with too much effort. Our anxious vibrations distort the natural ripples of what is already coming toward us. We often say we're manifesting, or attracting, or creating, but all of those words imply that something is missing, that you must somehow force the universe into cooperation. Yet life itself has never needed your persuasion. It only needs your participation. Have you ever noticed that the moments when life seems to open most beautifully are the moments when you weren't trying? The day you stopped worrying about being liked, someone saw you truly for the first time, the week you stopped obsessing over money, an opportunity arrived effortlessly. It's as if existence has a sense of timing that human plans can't imitate. You see, life doesn't reward control, it rewards harmony. And harmony can't be forced. It's the sound that happens when two notes stop competing and start resonating. So many of us want to know, when will it happen? When will the right people find me? When will the success arrive? But what if the answer is not soon, not later, but already? That what's meant for you is not approaching from the distance, but waiting in the silence you refuse to enter. There's an old saying, a flower does not chase the bees. It opens, and in its openness, the bees come. This is not philosophy, it's nature. Openness itself is the magnetism of life, but the modern mind has forgotten how to open. We are all caught in what the Chinese sages called the striving mind, a constant itch to improve, to secure, to define ourselves. We want to be the person who has it all figured out. We want to prove to the world that we're in control. But in that performance, we lose the actual rhythm of being alive. When you are relaxed, truly relaxed, something extraordinary happens. You begin to sense the movement beneath the movement, the silent current that's been guiding you all along. That current brings the right people, the right experiences, even the right luxuries, without your anxious command. Now, this does not mean you should sit still and do nothing. That would be misunderstanding the art. Water flows, but it doesn't struggle to flow. There's a great difference between action that arises from anxiety and action that arises from alignment. The first is noisy, exhausting, and insecure. The second feels natural, graceful, as if something larger is breathing through you. Many people mistake stillness for laziness. But true stillness is not stagnation. It's participation without interference. You are not frozen, you are fluid. You move when life moves, and rest when it rests. The reason so many are weary is that they have forgotten this natural rhythm. We are constantly comparing our pace to someone else's, constantly checking whether our chapter matches another's story. And yet, no flower rushes its bloom, and no sunrise waits for applause. Relax, the right things are already in motion. The relationships meant to align with you are already orbiting your energy. The opportunities that will elevate you are already being arranged. But they cannot reach you if your signal is noise. Anxiety broadcasts a frequency of distrust. It tells the universe, I do not believe you will take care of me. And so life, respecting your belief, steps aside. You are not being punished, you are being paused. Life delays what you cannot yet receive without tension. This is not unfair, it's compassionate. Because if the very thing you dream of arrived now, before you were calm enough to hold it, it would slip through your fingers. Patience, then, is not waiting. Patience is trust in disguise. To live in trust is to realize that life is far more intelligent than your plans. It knows who must meet you, when they must arrive, and why they sometimes leave. It knows when to delay your success so that your soul can learn to handle its weight. It knows when to give you silence instead of applause so that you can hear your own rhythm again. And so, if you can stop clinging to timing, you may find that the people, luxuries, and experiences you thought you had to chase begin to appear uninvited because they were never gone. They were simply waiting for you to become still enough to notice them. Imagine your life as a great orchestra. Every person, event, and desire is an instrument. You are not the conductor. You are the audience and the music all at once. When you try to control the symphony, it becomes noise. But when you listen, truly listen, the rhythm aligns, and you begin to hear how every note belongs, even the dissonant ones. There is something profoundly luxurious about trust. It frees you from the exhausting need to prove yourself. It allows you to enjoy your current moment, even the in-between, with the same reverence you would have for the peak. Because the truth is, there is no peak. There is only the unfolding. And when you finally see that, everything changes. You stop worrying about who notices you, because you realize that the ones meant to see you cannot miss you. You stop obsessing over what you lack, because you realize that nothing essential can be taken. You stop fearing the future, because you realize that it is not approaching, it is emerging from within you, one relaxed breath at a time. The right people, the right opportunities, the right luxuries, they are not prizes you earn. They are reflections of your state of being. When you rest in alignment, life reflects that rest back to you in form. When you are tense, it mirrors tension. So, if you want to know what's coming next, look not at your circumstances, but at your state of consciousness. The anxious man creates delay. The trusting man creates flow. The grateful man creates abundance. It has always been this way. You are not separate from the source that arranges life. You are the expression of it. The tide doesn't consult the moon before rising. It rises because it must. You don't need to chase what is already on its way. You only need to stop disturbing the surface so it can find its reflection in you. And so, for now, breathe. Stop rehearsing what might go wrong. Stop calculating how to prove your worth. Stop mistaking busyness for purpose. You have not been forgotten nor left behind. You are being aligned. The right people, the right luxuries, the right life, they're not coming to you because you chase them. They're coming because they've recognized that you've finally become still enough to receive them. That's the secret. You do not attract by reaching. You attract by resting so completely in your being that life cannot help but meet you there. And when it does, you will see what all the great teachers have always tried to tell you, that peace itself is the highest magnetism, and surrender is the most intelligent form of action. For in the end, nothing real can miss you, and nothing unreal can stay. You see, when one begins to understand this strange relationship between stillness and attraction, it becomes clear that life is not something you chase, but something you cooperate with. The mind believes that if it stops striving, everything will fall apart. But what really collapses when you stop struggling is only the illusion of control. Life itself continues perfectly well without your interference, just as your heart beats and your lungs breathe without your permission. This is the essence of what the Taoists called Wu Wei, effortless action, or the art of doing without forcing. It does not mean sitting idly while the world moves. It means being so attuned to the rhythm of existence that your movements, your words, your very choices arise as naturally as a tree growing toward the Sunday. Most of the tension in your life comes from this subtle disconnection, the belief that you must make life happen. So you run faster, plan harder, and strain to hold together what would hold itself, if only you stop tightening your grip. Look closely. When you clench your fist around water, it slips through your fingers. But when you open your hand, the water stays. Stillness is that open hand. It is not apathy. It is confidence in the intelligence of life. You've noticed, perhaps, that certain people seem to attract the right opportunities without apparent effort. It is not that they are luckier. It is that they have learned to move with the current instead of against it. They trust the timing of things. They listen inwardly before they act outwardly. And when you listen like that, something extraordinary happens. Your outer world begins to rearrange itself to match your inner peace. You no longer need to manipulate. You no longer need to beg or prove. What is meant for you begins to arrive unforced, and what is not meant quietly fades. Stillness is not the absence of motion, but the absence of resistance. It is the calm within the movement, the space between each note in the music of life. Without that space, the melody would be unbearable. The silence between the notes is what allows the sound to sing. You may find this in something as simple as breathing. Notice how your breath moves in and out without you commanding it. You may try to control it, but after a few moments, the body takes over again, finding its natural rhythm. Life is just like that breath. You may hold it for a while, but eventually it breathes itself. This is what happens when you learn to trust the flow of your existence. You begin to breathe with life, not against it. And as you do, you'll begin to see that the right people, those who nourish your spirit and not just your ego, will enter your orbit quietly, without drama. You won't have to chase them, persuade them, or earn their approval. They will recognize your stillness as something familiar, something they've been seeking without knowing it. The universe communicates in resonance, not in noise. When you are frantic, you attract the frantic. When you are calm, you attract the calm. When you are desperate, you draw desperation. But when you rest in your own being, what is true begins to move toward you as if by some invisible magnetism. And this is not magic. It is simply law, the same law that governs sound, light, and tide. Everything vibrates, and like frequencies, find one another. So, when you quiet the mind, when you stop defending and explaining, When you begin to live from the deeper stillness beneath your surface, you become a clear frequency. The universe recognizes that clarity, and in its recognition, alignment happens. You see, the anxious person builds walls, thinking they are building safety. The still person opens windows, and safety finds them. Stillness allows life to recognize itself through you. It is the bridge between you and everything you believe you are missing. Now, this doesn't mean the journey will always be without challenge. The current still carries waves, but even a wave, when understood, is only the sea rising to greet the wind. In the same way, your challenges are the universe adjusting your rhythm, tuning you to greater harmony. So when life slows you down, when plans fall apart, when you feel forgotten or delayed, remember, the pause is not punishment, the pause is placement. Something is aligning itself behind the scenes, in the silence you cannot yet see. This is why wisdom often hides in what the impatient call emptiness, because in that emptiness, all new things are born. When you sit by the ocean and listen to the waves, you are hearing the sound of both fullness and withdrawal. Each wave rises, expresses itself, and then dissolves, making space for the next. If you could freeze the wave at its peak, the beauty would die instantly. The motion is the miracle. So it is with your life. You cannot freeze any moment and call it success. The true luxury is not to possess, but to participate. When the mind becomes still enough, even the simplest act, sipping water, feeling sunlight, hearing laughter, becomes a kind of wealth that no money can purchase. For what you're experiencing in those moments is the luxury of being conscious, alive, aware. You will come to see that luxury is not always the gold or the car or the attention. True luxury is peace, the ability to sit with yourself and not crave an escape. And the irony, of course, is that when you no longer crave, abundance begins to surround you. Because abundance has always been here. It was your grasping that created the illusion of lack. You can see this reflected even in love. When you chase affection, it runs. When you radiate peace, it arrives. You cannot beg for what you already are. You can only realize it, and in realizing, reveal it to the world. The right people, the right luxuries, the right life, these are not rewards for effort. They are reflections of alignment. Life mirrors your state of consciousness precisely. And so the question is never when will it happen, but am I relaxed enough to let it? It is no accident that rivers curve. The direct path is rarely the natural one. Flow bends, turns, adjusts. If you were to straighten a river, you would destroy its grace. And if you try to straighten your own journey, you will exhaust yourself. The river knows where it's going. It doesn't need to see the sea to trust its direction. So too, your path is already leading you home, though you may not see the horizon yet. In our culture, we have become obsessed with control, controlling outcomes, narratives, even our own image. But the deeper you move into this obsession, the more life slips from your grasp. You become a sculptor who never stops chiseling until nothing is left of the stone. At some point, you must put down the tools and see that the masterpiece was never meant to be perfect, only alive. When you learn to relax into your being, you begin to sense that everything you once called coincidence was actually choreography. The right person calling at the right moment, the delay that led to a better opportunity, the heartbreak that made space for wisdom, none of it was random. It was life speaking to itself in a language too vast for the mind to translate. And so, if you can slow down enough to listen, you will hear it, the gentle hum of inevitability, the sound of what's already yours making its way to you, quietly, confidently, without rush. Relaxation is not passivity. It's participation with intelligence. It's knowing when to act and when to allow, when to move and when to trust movement itself. Even the stars, billions of miles apart, move in harmony, because they are not forcing, they are obeying a rhythm older than thought. So, if you find yourself tired, burnt out, weary from effort, stop fighting the tide. Rest. Not because you've given up, but because the current will carry you better than your arms ever could. Everything you desire is already seeking you. The question is not how do I get it, but am I clear enough for it to recognize me? Because the truth is this: your stillness is not empty. It is full of intelligence, full of guidance, full of magnetic power that operates far beyond your conscious control. You do not summon what you want. You synchronize with it. And in that synchronization, life ceases to be a struggle and becomes a dance. You find that the luxuries, the people, the experiences arrive not as achievements, but as natural companions to your state of peace. They were never meant to be goals. They are confirmations. When you are still enough, you begin to realize life has always been on your side. The delays were lessons. The detours were redirections. The silence was guidance. Nothing was wasted. Even now, as you listen, you are exactly where you should be. There is nowhere else to reach, nothing else to earn. The current knows where it's going, and you are part of that current. So breathe, trust, stay open. Because right now, unseen and unheard, what belongs to you is already moving in your direction. And when it arrives, you will realize it was never coming from the outside at all. It was always emerging from the stillness within you. That is the quiet secret of the universe, and it is yours. You see, one of the curious things about human beings is that we live in the middle of a conversation without realizing it. Life is speaking all the time, whispering in gestures, in pauses, in little accidents of timing. But most of us are so busy chattering inside our own heads that we hardly hear a word. It is like being at a symphony and spending the entire concert tapping on your phone, then complaining afterward that the orchestra never played anything worth hearing. The music was there all along, but you were elsewhere. The universe is forever hinting, pointing, nudging. It does not usually shout, for shouting would defeat the purpose. It speaks instead in quiet ways, subtle ways, ways that you can easily dismiss if you are intent on dismissing them. And yet, those who learn to notice, those who learn to listen, begin to see that nothing is ever random. Every detail is a sign, if only you have the eyes to see and the ears to hear. Now, when I say sign, I don't mean a mystical telegram delivered from the heavens in secret code. I mean that the fabric of existence itself is patterned, woven in such a way that events echo each other, symbols repeat, and your inner condition reflects itself in what you meet outside. When you are restless, the world around you seems full of agitation. When you are calm, the same streets, the same sky, the same faces, all appear different. This is not coincidence, but resonance. The inside and the outside are two sides of one thing, like the crest and the trough of a wave. So when the universe sends a sign, it is not something alien imposed from above, but the reflection of your own being rippling through the whole. Think of the times when life has nudged you through synchronicity. You are thinking of an old friend, and just then the phone rings, and it is them. You are wrestling with a question, and a book falls open to a passage that addresses it directly. You are standing at a crossroads, and suddenly the wind shifts, a bird cries, a stranger glances in your direction, and somehow you know which way to turn. Now, the rational mind is quick to sneer at such moments, to call them coincidence or projection. But the deeper mind, the one that listens with the whole body, knows better. For in such moments there is a taste, a fragrance of significance. You feel it not as logic, but as resonance. It is as if the world is leaning in, whispering in your ear, this way. But because we are so trained to trust only what is loud, only what is measurable, We tend to ignore the whisper. We are like someone standing in a forest, headphones blasting, while the trees rustle secrets and the stream sings wisdom, and we hear none of it. We demand that life explain itself in clear language, in bold letters, when all along it prefers to speak in the rustle of leaves, in the flicker of light, in the timing of an encounter. And so we overlook the very guidance we claim to seek. It is rather like looking for your spectacles while wearing them on your nose. You search everywhere, growing more frantic, because you assume that what you need must be somewhere else, when all the while it is already here. The signs of the universe are like that, too near, too constant, too obvious. They do not announce themselves with fanfare. They are woven into the ordinary, into the everyday, into the pattern of life as it already is. And because we expect something dramatic, something miraculous, we dismiss them as nothing. We imagine that if the universe truly had something to say, it would send a thunderbolt, a voice from the sky, a miracle impossible to ignore. But that is not the way of things. Thunderbolts are crude. Miracles are too theatrical. Life prefers the delicate, the understated, the signs so quiet that only those who are attentive can perceive it. There is a story about a man who prayed earnestly for guidance. He begged the heavens for a sign. Day after day, he pleaded, "Tell me what to do, show me the way." But no booming voice answered, no vision appeared in the clouds. Instead, he noticed a child smiling at him, a bird alighting near his path, a stranger offering a small kindness. He dismissed them all as irrelevant. Only later did he realize those were the answers. They were subtle, but they were real. The universe does not often speak in the language of drama. It speaks in the language of the moment. And if you are not present to the moment, you miss it entirely. So the first condition for hearing the signs is presence. To be here, to actually notice what is happening instead of living always in memory or anticipation. Most of us are half asleep, moving through life as though it were a rehearsal for something else, preoccupied with what has been or what might be, and therefore blind to what is. But what is where the signs appear. They do not appear in the past, for the past is gone. They do not appear in the future, for the future is not yet. They appear now, in this breath, in this glance, in this coincidence. To notice them, you must wake up to now. But waking up is not a matter of effort, of straining your eyes to see or cocking your ears to hear. It is more like relaxing into a broader awareness, letting the edges soften so that the whole field of experience can show itself. When you are tense, intent on a narrow goal, you see only what fits that goal. When you relax, you begin to notice the things that are not directly useful, but deeply meaningful. The way a shadow falls, the way a phrase echoes, the way a silence deepens. These are not useful in the sense of getting you ahead, but they are useful in the sense of orienting you in the greater dance of life. Consider how animals listen. A cat does not strain its ears to hear. It relaxes, alert yet at ease, and so it catches the faintest rustle. A bird does not analyze the wind. It feels it with its whole body and moves accordingly. In just this way, if you relax your grip on the world begins to reveal its signs to you. The key is not to force, but to allow. Not to demand, but to notice. Yet here lies the difficulty. Our culture teaches us to ignore the subtle. We are trained to prize only what is measurable, only what can be proven. And so we dismiss the intuitive, the coincidental, the symbolic as superstition. We prefer charts and data to dreams and synchronicities. But this is like insisting that music is only the notes written on a score, while ignoring the silence between them, the mood of the performance, the shimmer of the sound in the air. Yes, you can measure frequencies and write formulas, but none of that captures the actual experience of the music. And in the same way, you can measure causes and effects, but that does not exhaust the meaning of events. For meaning is not in the bare fact, but in the resonance, the way it touches you, the way it reflects your inner state. Think of déjà vu, those moments when you feel you have lived something before. Rationally, you dismiss it as a trick of memory, but experientially, it carries a weight, a charge, as though some deeper pattern were briefly revealed. That charge, that significance, is itself the sign. It need not be explained, only noticed. Or think of the way numbers sometimes repeat in your life, the clock always catching your eye at the same hour, the same digits appearing in unexpected places. Skeptics call it coincidence, but to you, it feels like a wink, a nod, a rhythm. That feeling of rhythm is the universe's way of speaking. But because we demand explanations, we miss the poetry. We want to pin everything down, to know exactly what a sign means. Yet signs do not usually come with a dictionary. They are more like metaphors, open, suggestive, pointing, rather than declaring. A dream does not hand you a definition. It hands you an image, and that image works on you from within. So too with the signs of the universe. They are not there to give you a neat instruction manual, but to awaken your deeper intuition, to remind you that you are not separate, that you are woven into the whole. You see, when you ask for a sign, what you are really asking is to be reminded of your own belonging. You want to know that you are not adrift in a meaningless void, and the universe answers again and again with reminders. The question is whether you are willing to notice. Most of us are not, because noticing requires stillness, and stillness is frightening. In stillness, all the noise dies down, and we are left face to face with ourselves. And that, for many, is unbearable. So we fill our lives with chatter, distraction, endless doing, and then we complain that life never speaks to us. But it has been speaking all along. It is we who have been too loud to hear. Now, it is important to realize that not every coincidence is a divine telegram. Not every shadow on the wall is a message. But if you attune yourself to the whole, you begin to sense the difference between empty noise and meaningful resonance. It is like learning to appreciate art. At first, you see only colors on a canvas. With time, you begin to feel the composition, the mood, the style. In the same way, when you begin to notice the signs, you develop a taste for them. You sense when something is charged with significance, when it is part of a larger pattern, and when it is not. This is not superstition, but sensitivity. It is not credulity, but awareness. And once you develop this sensitivity, you realize that the universe has been whispering all along. It whispers in the way certain people appear at just the right moment. It whispers in the way setbacks redirect you toward paths you had not considered. It whispers in the way ordinary objects suddenly shine with extraordinary relevance. And the more you listen, the more you discover that the signs are not rare exceptions, but constant companions. Life is a language, and everything in it is a word. The trick is to stop insisting that it speak only in grammar you already understand. Now, why do we keep ignoring these signs? In part because we are afraid of what they might demand. To acknowledge that the universe speaks is to acknowledge that we are not the sole authors of our lives. It is to admit that we are participants in a greater pattern, not masters standing outside it. And that can be unsettling, for it means surrendering the illusion of control. So it is easier to dismiss the signs, to say, oh, that was nothing, than to face the possibility that life itself is alive, responsive, intimate. For if life is speaking, then you must learn to listen, and listening requires humility. It requires setting aside your certainties your insistence on being right and opening to mystery. And mystery, though beautiful, is uncomfortable. Yet to ignore the signs is to cut yourself off from half of life. It is like refusing to listen to music because you cannot measure its meaning with a ruler. You reduce yourself to a world of noise, stripped of poetry, stripped of resonance. And though you may succeed in being practical, you will also find yourself restless, unsatisfied, as though something essential were missing. That something is the recognition that life is not just happening to you, but with you. That you are not merely a spectator, but a participant in a dialogue as old as time. So, the first great discovery is simply this: the universe is always sending signs. They are not grandiose, they are not theatrical, but they are everywhere. The question is whether you are willing to notice, to slow down, to open your senses, and to let the whispers in. And the tragedy is that most people, most of the time, do not. They keep ignoring, dismissing, explaining away, and so they live in a world stripped of magic, not because magic is absent, but because they have closed their eyes to it. It is a peculiar irony that what we ignore most easily is often what we most deeply need. We chase after dramatic revelations, great truths announced with trumpets, and yet overlook the quiet intimations that life is giving us moment by moment. But to live in harmony with existence is not to demand grand signs. It is to become sensitive to the subtle, to recognize that the whisper is more faithful than the shout. And so, when we begin to awaken from our habitual blindness, the question arises, how do we learn again to listen? How do we train ourselves not to keep missing the signals that are already present? The first thing to understand is that listening is not an action in the ordinary sense. It is not straining, not grasping, not putting pressure on yourself to discover some hidden meaning. Listening, in its deepest sense, is allowing. It is a posture of openness, of readiness, without interference. Just as the ear does not need to tug sound into itself, but simply receives, so the heart does not need to drag meaning into awareness, but simply allows it to arrive. This is why children, before they have been taught to mistrust, often notice signs instinctively. They will stop and marvel at a feather on the ground, at a curious alignment of stones, at the way the clouds resemble some shape in their imagination. To the adult, this is dismissed as play, as fantasy. But to the child, it is reality shimmering with significance. And the truth is, the child is not wrong. It is we who have been trained into dullness. So, to rediscover the signs, we must in some way rediscover that childlike gaze, not childish in its naivety, but childlike in its receptivity, its willingness to be astonished by the ordinary. And one way to cultivate this is through attention to the small. You see, we imagine that wisdom is always found in the grand, in the vast, in the exalted, but the subtle is the gateway. If you attend to the small, the larger reveals itself. Watch the way a candle flame flickers in the draught, and you begin to feel the entire movement of the air in the room. Listen to the pattern of footsteps on the street, and you hear the rhythm of human life passing. Notice the breath entering and leaving your own lungs, and you sense the great exchange of atmosphere that binds all creatures together. To notice such things is not trivial. It is the beginning of reverence, and reverence is the beginning of listening. Now, when you cultivate this awareness, you will inevitably begin to notice patterns that seem to follow you, symbols that repeat, coincidences that gather like constellations. Do not rush to label them, to demand their meaning. Simply notice. Let them accumulate as stars accumulate in the night sky until a pattern begins to reveal itself naturally. If you grasp too soon, you will force a meaning that may not be true. But if you allow, the pattern will speak in its own time. Just as you cannot force a flower to bloom by pulling at its petals, you cannot force a sign to reveal its meaning by impatient analysis. Patience is itself part of the listening. It is also vital to remember that signs are not separate from you. They are not external instructions imposed by some distant authority. They are reflections, resonances, expressions of the same process of which you are a part. When a coincidence occurs, it is not the universe trying to send you a coded message in a language foreign to you. It is the universe speaking your own language, the language of your own state of being. And so to listen to the signs is also to listen to yourself, not the narrow self of the ego, but the larger self that is continuous with the whole. This is why the more honest you are with yourself, the clearer the signs appear. If you are living in denial, if you are hiding from your own truth, then the signs will appear confusing, contradictory, elusive. But when you are willing to see yourself as you are, the signs line up with remarkable clarity. Yet here is the paradox. We often recognize the signs only in hindsight. How many times have you looked back on a path you have walked and realized that the signs were there all along? You ignored the warning, dismissed the nudge, overlooked the invitation, and only later did you see how it all made sense. This too is part of the process. For sometimes the sign must be ignored in order to teach you the cost of ignoring. Sometimes the lesson is not in the guidance itself, but in the missing of it. Life does not punish you for failing to see, it teaches you through the very failure. And so, even the overlooking of signs is itself a sign, a teacher in disguise. There is no outside of the conversation. Even your deafness is part of the dialogue. But when you begin to live with awareness, something extraordinary happens. You find that guidance becomes constant. You are no longer waiting for rare moments of synchronicity. The whole of life becomes synchronicity. The line between ordinary and extraordinary dissolves. The way a stranger glances at you on the train, the way a song lyric drifts through a cafe, the way the wind shifts just as you are pondering a choice, all of these begin to weave together into a tapestry. And in that tapestry, you feel held, guided, accompanied. You realize that you are never outside the embrace of meaning. This realization can be overwhelming, for it changes the way you walk through the world. No longer do you see yourself as a lonely fragment struggling in a void. You see yourself as part of a vast conversation, a play of signs and symbols in which you are both actor and audience. And this realization is not only comforting, it is liberating, for it frees you from the need to control everything, to know everything in advance. You can trust that life itself is participating with you, that you are not alone in your unfolding. Still, trust is the hardest part, for we have been so conditioned to doubt, to insist on proof, that when signs appear, we second-guess them. We ask, was that real or just my imagination? But imagination itself is one of the ways the universe speaks. The distinction between real and imagined is not as clear-cut as we like to believe. Dreams, intuitions, images that arise spontaneously, these are not to be dismissed. They are part of the same field of consciousness in which events occur. If you insist that only the physical counts, you cut yourself off from half of reality. But if you allow imagination to speak alongside events, you discover a richer, more layered conversation. The dream you had last night, the coincidence that met you this morning, the feeling in your body as you walked into a room together, they form a chorus. And that chorus is the voice of the universe as it moves through you. So learning to listen is not about looking for signs in some remote, mystical realm. It is about learning to live so fully present that you cannot help but notice the signs that are already here. It is about softening the boundaries between inside and outside, so that what happens in your heart and what happens in the world are seen as one movement. It is about letting go of the demand for certainty and allowing meaning to reveal itself in its own time. Above all, it is about trust. Trust that life is not indifferent, but intimate. Not meaningless, but meaningful. Not silent, but endlessly speaking. And here, perhaps, is the deepest lesson. The universe does not send signs because it wants you to follow some rigid path, some pre-written script. It sends signs because it delights in dancing with you. Life is not a test you must pass, but a conversation you are invited to join. The signs are not commands, they are invitations. They do not say, you must do this, but come this way, see what happens. And you are free to decline. You are free to ignore. You are free even to rebel. Yet whatever you choose, life will keep speaking. If you turn left when the sign suggested right, life will not abandon you. It will simply meet you on the left, and new signs will appear. For the conversation never ends. The universe does not demand obedience. It invites participation. And that, you see, is far more beautiful, for it means you are not a puppet on a string, but a partner in a dance. The signs are the steps, the rhythms, the gestures that guide you, but you are free to improvise, to play, to discover. And in that improvisation, life itself is enriched. So, if you wish to stop ignoring the signs, do not treat them as orders. Treat them as invitations to intimacy. Treat them as reminders that you are part of something vast, something alive, something endlessly playful. Let them awaken in you a sense of wonder, a sense of belonging, a sense of trust. For in the end, the signs are not pointing to something outside of you. They are pointing you back to yourself, back to the self that is not separate from the whole. They are reminding you that you are already home.
You know, there's something rather amusing about the way we've been taught to talk to God. We approach it as if we're sending a telegram to some distant cosmic emperor who sits on a throne billions of miles away, checking his clipboard to see if we've been good enough to deserve his attention. We kneel down, close our eyes very tightly, fold our hands just so, and then we begin our performance. Dear God, we say, as if we're writing a letter to someone we've never met. I hope you're having a nice day up there. Now, about that thing I wanted... But what if I told you that the whole setup is backwards? What if talking to God has nothing whatever to do with talking to someone else at all? Let me ask you something. When you talk to yourself, do you use words? I don't mean when you're muttering about the grocery list or rehearsing what you're going to say to your boss. I mean in those quiet moments when you're really listening to yourself, when you're trying to figure out what you actually feel about something, what you truly want. In those moments, there's a kind of knowing that happens before words, isn't there? It's more like a recognition, a sensing, a direct awareness of what's going on inside you. Now, here's the curious thing. What we call God, what we might also call the universe, the ground of being, the eternal now, this isn't some separate entity sitting outside of you, checking off items on a list. You see, you are an expression of this whole universe. You're not in the universe like a marble in a box. You are something the universe is doing right here, right now, in the same way that a wave is something the ocean is doing. So when you talk to God, you're not really talking to someone else. You're becoming aware of what you already are. You're tuning in to the fact that this thing you call me is actually the whole cosmos experiencing itself from this particular point of view. Think about it this way. The wave rises up out of the ocean and looks around and says, my goodness, I'm separate from all this water. But of course, that's nonsense. The wave is water. It's made of water. It moves with the water. When it crashes on the shore, it doesn't die. It simply returns to what it always was, the ocean. We are like that wave. We rise up out of this mysterious source, this ground of all being, and we think we're separate from it. We think we have to shout across some vast distance to get its attention. But you can't be separate from it, because you are it. You are the universe looking at itself through your eyes right now. So what does it mean to talk to God? It means to stop, to be quiet, to listen. You see, we've got the whole thing backwards. We think prayer is about speaking, about making our requests known, about explaining our situation to some divine bookkeeper who might not have noticed what's going on in our lives. But the real art is in the listening, not the speaking. When Jesus went off by himself to pray, he wasn't reciting memorized formulas. He was becoming quiet enough to hear. He was letting go of the noise in his head, all the chatter, all the planning and worrying and rehearsing. He was settling into a deeper silence where something else could speak. And what speaks in that silence? Well, that's the whole mystery, isn't it? You might call it intuition, or guidance, or the voice of God. But what it really is reality itself making itself known to you. It's life showing you what wants to happen next. Let me tell you what happens when most people pray. They come with an agenda. They've already decided what should happen. They've figured out exactly how God should fix their problem, exactly what solution would be best. And then they dress it all up in humble language. If it be thy will, Lord, please do exactly what I've already decided should happen. But this is rather like going to a doctor and saying, I've diagnosed my own condition and prescribed my own treatment. Now please give me what I've decided I need. The doctor might smile and say, perhaps we should examine you first, don't you think? The correct way to talk to God is to come empty. To come not knowing. To come without your list of demands and requirements. To come as pure listening, pure receptivity, pure openness to what is. This is not passivity. This is not. It's something much more alive than that. It's like swimming in a river. If you try to control the water, if you try to force it to flow in a different direction, you'll exhaust yourself and probably drown. But if you relax into the current, if you feel which way it's moving and flow with it, then you discover you can navigate with incredible grace and power. When you sit quietly and stop all your internal chattering, something remarkable happens. At first, you notice all the noise, all the thoughts bouncing around like popcorn in a hot pan, all the worries, the plans, the memories, the fantasies. And your first instinct will be to try to stop them, to push them away, to make your mind blank and pure. But you see, this too is just more doing. It's more controlling. It's more of you trying to force reality to match your idea of how it should be. Instead, simply watch. Watch the thoughts come and go like clouds drifting across the sky. You don't have to do anything with them. You don't have to believe them or act on them or push them away. Just watch. And in the watching, something begins to happen. The thoughts begin to slow down. The chatter begins to quiet. And in that quietness, you begin to sense something else. A presence, an awareness, a sense of being held by something much larger than yourself. This is what Jesus meant when he said the kingdom of heaven is within you. He wasn't talking about some future reward or some place you go when you die. He was talking about this direct awareness of your unity with all that is. This recognition that you are not separate from the source of all life. Now I know what you're thinking, but what about my problems? What about the things I need help with? Are you telling me I should just sit quietly and do nothing while my life falls apart? Not at all. But here's what I am saying. The help you need doesn't come from some external deity who might or might not decide to intervene. It comes from this deeper wisdom that emerges when you get your anxious, controlling little ego out of the way. When you're all wound up in worry, when you're frantically trying to figure everything out, when you're desperately praying for God to change your circumstances, you're like a radio that's jammed with static. The signal is there, but you can't hear it because you're making too much noise. But when you become quiet, when you let go of your agenda, when you stop trying to control the outcome, something amazing happens. Solutions appear that you couldn't have thought of. Opportunities open up that you didn't know existed. You find yourself saying and doing exactly the right thing at exactly the right moment, not because you planned it, but because you got out of your own way and let life flow through you. This is what it means to pray without ceasing, as Paul put it. It doesn't mean walking around all day reciting prayers. It means living in this state of open awareness, this constant listening, this ongoing recognition of your connection to the source of all being. Let me give you an example. Suppose you're worried about money. The usual way of praying about this is to ask God to give you money, to make your circumstances better, to solve your financial problems. But notice what this does. It keeps you focused on the problem. It reinforces the belief that you don't have enough. It makes you feel powerless and dependent on some external force to rescue you. But suppose instead you sit quietly and simply become aware of your breathing. You notice the air moving in and out. You notice that you didn't have to learn how to breathe. Your body just knows. It's been breathing you since the moment you were born, and it will continue breathing you until the moment you die, without any effort or worry on your part. And then you expand that awareness. You notice that your heart is beating, your food is digesting, your cells are doing their incredible dance of life. All of this is happening without any conscious control from you. The intelligence that runs your body is vastly greater than your conscious mind. And this intelligence, this organizing principle, this creative force, it's the same intelligence that spins the galaxies and grows the trees and brings the spring after winter. It's all one thing. And you are not separate from it. You are one of its expressions. When you really feel this, when you sense your connection to this vast creative intelligence, something shifts. You stop feeling like a beggar asking for scraps. You start feeling like what you are, an integral part of this whole magnificent process. And from that place, from that sense of connection and trust, you begin to act differently. You make different choices. You see opportunities you missed before. You find resources you didn't know you had. The money problem might or might not resolve itself immediately, but your relationship to it changes. You stop being paralyzed by fear. You stop making desperate decisions. You start flowing with life instead of fighting against it. This is what Jesus demonstrated over and over again. He didn't stand apart from the Father, begging and pleading. He said, I and the Father are one. He lived from that place of unity. And from that place, the so-called miracles happen naturally, not as violations of natural law, but as expressions of a deeper understanding of how things actually work. Now you might say, but what about gratitude? Shouldn't we thank God for what we have? Of course. But again, we've misunderstood what gratitude really is. It's not about keeping God happy, like a child thanking a parent so they'll get dessert. Real gratitude is simply the recognition of the gift that existence is. Look at this. You are alive. You can see, hear, taste, touch, smell. You can think and feel and experience this astonishing world. None of this is ordinary. None of this is something you earned or deserved. It's pure gift. It's grace. It's miracle. When you really see this, when you really feel the extraordinary nature of the most ordinary moment, a glass of water, a breath of air, the warmth of the sun, gratitude arises naturally. You don't have to manufacture it or perform it. It simply bubbles up from the recognition of how blessed you already are. And this gratitude changes everything. It shifts you from a state of lack to a state of abundance, from fear to trust, from grasping to receiving. And in that state, you become a channel for even more life, even more creativity, even more blessing to flow through you. So here's the correct way to talk to God. Sit down. Close your eyes if you like, or leave them open and softly focused. Take a few deep breaths and feel your body relaxing. Notice the thoughts bouncing around in your head, but don't follow them. Just watch them come and go. And then, without words, without any formulas or scripts, simply open yourself. Be receptive. Be listening. Be aware. Notice the silence underneath all the noise. Notice the space in which all experience is happening. Notice that you are aware, and this awareness is not separate from what you're aware of. You might sense a presence. You might have insights bubble up. You might simply feel a sense of peace or connection. Or nothing much might happen at all, and that's fine too. You're not doing this to get something. You're doing it to remember what you are. And then as you go about your day, carry this awareness with you. When you're washing dishes, really wash the dishes. Feel the warm water. Notice the bubbles. Be completely present to this simple act. When you're talking to someone, really listen. Don't plan your response. Don't judge what they're saying. Just be there, fully present, fully open. This is prayer. Not the words you recite, but the quality of your presence. Not the requests you make, but the awareness you bring to each moment. When you live this way, you discover something wonderful. The distinction between sacred and ordinary dissolves. Everything becomes prayer. Making breakfast is prayer. Walking to work is prayer. Listening to a friend is prayer. Because you're no longer separate from the source. You're no longer trying to get God's attention. You're simply being what you are, a unique expression of the divine, a particular way that the universe is experiencing itself. And from this place, when you do speak words of prayer, they come from a different source. They're not demands or bargaining or performance. They're expressions of this deeper awareness. They might sound like, thank you, or help me see clearly, or simply yes. You see, the correct way to talk to God is to recognize that there's no one to talk to. There's only this eternal now, this present moment, this direct experience of being alive, and you are not separate from it. You are it. So stop trying so hard. Stop performing. Stop pretending you're someone you're not, talking to something outside yourself. Just be quiet. Just listen. Just open yourself to what is, and in that openness, you'll find that you're already being prayed through. The universe is speaking itself through you. Life is living itself as you. God, if you want to use that word, is not something you talk to. It's what you are. This is the secret that the mystics have known in every tradition. That the seeker and the sought are one. That the prayer and the prayed to are the same thing looking at itself from different angles. That prayer is not communication between separate beings, but the universe becoming conscious of itself. So the correct way to talk to God is to stop talking and start listening. To stop seeking and start being. To stop performing and start experiencing. And in that simple shift, everything changes. Not because God finally heard you and decided to answer, but because you remembered what you always were, an inseparable part of the whole. You see, the great cosmic joke is that everyone is trying to arrive somewhere they've never actually left. Isn't that strange? The whole of our modern life is built on this curious illusion that there's a point in the future just around the corner where life will finally begin. We imagine it when we get the right job, or find the right person, or earn enough, or meditate long enough, or become spiritually awake enough. But as a matter of fact, the thing we're searching for is the thing that's already happening right now. Let me put it this way. You can't become what you already are, any more than a wave can become water. It is water. The search itself is the disguise, the game of pretending to be lost so that we can enjoy the adventure of finding ourselves again. Now then, most people don't see this because they've been trained since birth to think of life as a journey, in a straight road from A to B, from ignorance to wisdom, from sin to salvation, from childhood to success. But the funny thing about a journey like that is it always keeps the present moment just slightly out of reach, always something to strive toward, always a horizon to chase. And so you end up running on a treadmill that never moves. You know, I once compared time to the grooves on a record. The needle runs along, playing the melody of existence, but every note is happening now. The past isn't something behind you. It's a memory echoing in this very instant. The future isn't somewhere ahead. It's an idea shimmering in your imagination. There is in truth only this continuous, eternal now. But the human mind, the tricky fellow that it is, wants to grasp this moment and make it last. It wants to freeze it like a photograph, to say, there it is, I've got it. And the moment it tries, it slips through its fingers. You see, the present isn't a thing you can hold. It's more like a song you can only hear by letting it move. Try to stop it, and it disappears. Now, here's the real mischief. The more you chase the future, the more it runs away. It's like trying to catch your own shadow. The faster you go, the further it flees. And so you become haunted by this feeling of incompleteness, this vague anxiety that something is missing, that you are missing. But let me ask you something. Who is it exactly that's missing? What is this you that's supposed to arrive? The mind creates an image, a better version of yourself, more peaceful, more enlightened, more in control. And that image becomes your God. You kneel before it in silent worship, forever praying to become what you already are. Isn't it funny? The more we seek awakening, the more we affirm our own sleep. Because seeking implies that the thing we want is somewhere else. Yet awakening is precisely the seeing that there's nowhere else to go. You can't wake up later. Now then, imagine a cat sitting in the sun. It's not thinking, if I just purr hard enough, I'll finally become a proper cat. It doesn't strive to be, it is. And that's why it's so effortlessly itself. Whereas we, with all our cleverness, are forever running in circles around our own being, mistaking movement for progress. You've already arrived, but you don't believe it, because it doesn't feel like arrival. You were expecting fireworks, a certificate from the universe, some cosmic pat on the back saying, congratulations, you made it. But instead, there's just this quiet hum of existence, this breath, this moment. And because we've been conditioned to believe that ordinary life is somehow unspiritual, we overlook it. We chase transcendence, all the while trampling the sacred ground beneath our own feet. The birds outside your window, the sound of your breathing, the simple act of being, this is it. Not preparation for it, it. You see, reality is not a path, it's a dance floor. And the point of dancing is not to arrive somewhere, but to move, to express, to play. But we've forgotten how to play because we've taken the whole thing much too seriously. We think existence is an exam we might fail instead of a performance we're meant to enjoy. Now then, the question is not how to reach enlightenment, but how to notice that you are never separate from it. Now then, most people ask, if I've already arrived, why doesn't it feel that way? Well, you see, that's because feeling is a kind of echo. The mind is always a few seconds behind the music. You notice happiness after it's happened. You recognize clarity once the clouds have already passed. In other words, you're always looking at life in the rear-view mirror, wondering why the road seems to move while you stay still. But what if the whole trick of life is that you are the road, that everything you've ever been chasing, peace, purpose, love, awakening, has never been ahead or behind, but simply here, wearing the disguise of the ordinary? The reason only a few ever glimpse this is because the rest are busy trying to understand it. The intellect, clever as it is, keeps chewing on the words like a dog with a bone, thinking that meaning is something you swallow rather than something you notice. You see, awakening isn't an achievement. It's the collapse of the one who thought he had to achieve it. Let me put it this way. A fish doesn't need to understand the ocean to swim. And you don't need to understand the present moment to live in it. But the moment you try to explain it, you step outside it, just slightly, like trying to see your own eyes without a mirror. Isn't it funny how we do that? We keep asking, what's the purpose of life, as though life were a riddle to be solved, when in fact, it's the solver who's the riddle. Life has no purpose apart from living, just as music has no destination apart from being played. If the meaning of a song were only in its final note, you'd never listen to the melody. You'd rush through it to get to the end. And that's precisely what most of us are doing with our lives. We hurry, we strive, we accumulate, not because we need more, but because we're terrified of stopping. Stillness feels like death to the ego. Yet, it's in stillness that the self begins to dissolve into something infinitely larger. Like a drop of water returning to the ocean, it doesn't lose itself, it realizes itself. Now, the odd thing about awakening is that it's often mistaken for despair in the beginning, because when the walls of illusion start to crumble, you see how much of your life was built on make-believe. The stories, the roles, the endless performing, gone. And at first, that feels like loss. You think, my God, I'm disappearing. But what's actually vanishing is the mask, not the face behind it. You know, people say they want enlightenment, but what they really mean is they want to feel good all the time. But awakening isn't about feeling good, it's about seeing clearly. And once you see clearly, even your sadness becomes sacred. You stop dividing the world into good and bad, spiritual and unspiritual, success and failure. You see it all as one magnificent play, sometimes tragic, sometimes comic, but always whole. And here's the curious paradox. When you stop running from discomfort, it begins to soften. When you stop trying to fix the moment begins to breathe again. Because resistance is what makes life feel hard. The river doesn't struggle to flow, it only struggles when it meets the dam we've built across it. The dam of judgment, expectation, and fear. So, when I say, you've already arrived, I'm not inviting you to complacency. I'm inviting you to intimacy with this very breath, this sound, this fleeting second that will never happen again, to see that this right now is the miracle. The awakening is not in some future paradise. It's in this cup of tea, this heartbeat, this quiet awareness listening to my words. There's nothing missing. There never was. Now then, when you begin to see this, really see it, something inside relaxes for the first time. You stop trying to hold your breath in eternity. You begin to trust that life is carrying you, even when you don't know where. That's what I mean by arrival. It's not a destination, it's a surrender. You see, the reason so few people awaken is not because it's difficult, but because it's too simple. The mind is always looking for something complicated to do, some mountain to climb, some riddle to solve, and when it's told that the truth is already here, it refuses to believe it. It's as if someone spent years searching for their glasses, only to discover they've been on their nose the whole time. And isn't that funny? You can't see what's seeing. You can't stand apart from awareness to catch it. You are it. Awareness can never be grasped because it's doing the grasping. So the whole pursuit of awakening, all the striving, the techniques, the comparisons, that's the dream trying to wake itself up. It's perfectly fine as a game, you understand, but it's only a game. Because what you truly are doesn't need improvement, just recognition. Now, people often say to me, but if I stop striving, won't I become lazy, passive, indifferent? Not at all. You see, when action springs from understanding rather than ambition, it becomes graceful. It's like the way a tree grows or a river flows, without effort, without anxiety. The doing happens naturally once the doer stops interfering. When you know you've already arrived, you no longer chase experience like a collector chasing butterflies. You stop pinning the moment to the wall. You simply let it flutter, alive and free. And ironically, that's when joy returns, because joy was never lost. It was just smothered under all the trying. You begin to notice small things again. The pattern of light through the window, the taste of morning air, the laughter of a stranger on the street. You're no longer measuring them against what they should be. You're simply seeing, and that's awakening, not fireworks in the sky, but the quiet recognition that even the most ordinary instant is sacred beyond words. Now then, this realization doesn't make you special. It makes you real, because the one who thought he was special, the one chasing awakening like a trophy, dissolves. And what's left is just life, breathing itself, perfectly at ease. Now then, when you finally stop trying to arrive,
You begin to notice that everything has already arrived. The clouds are moving without effort. The trees are swaying without purpose, and your heart beats without your permission. You realize that life doesn't need your supervision. It's astonishingly self-sufficient. Isn't it funny? We humans are the only creatures who think the universe can't manage without our advice. We worry about becoming enlightened, as though existence had made a terrible mistake by not consulting us first. But the stars aren't worrying, the rivers aren't worrying, even your breath, that subtle tide of in and out, goes on perfectly without you doing a thing. And this is the final irony. The moment you stop chasing awakening catches you. It was never hiding. You were simply running too fast to notice. It stands behind every breath, beneath every thought, whispering, "Welcome home." Now, what happens when you live from that realization? You stop acting out of fear. You stop performing life and start participating in it. You become spontaneous again, like a child building sandcastles, knowing the tide will come, but building anyway because play itself is the reward. You stop demanding guarantees. You stop trying to outsmart impermanence. You begin to trust the rhythm of things, the arising and the falling, the blooming and the fading. Let me put it this way. The wave doesn't cling to the sea foam and say, "Stay." It rises, dances, collapses. And in that collapse, it finds its return. That's what you are. The universe playing at being a person disappearing into its own laughter. When you understand this, and I mean really understand it, a strange peace enters the heart. You no longer need to control everything. You no longer measure your worth in victories or awakenings or moments of clarity. You see that even confusion has its place in the dance. You begin to love the whole performance, the good, the bad, the absurd, because it's all one act. And so the invitation is simple. Stop waiting for the grand finale. Stop postponing your existence for a future version of yourself.
It begins quietly, almost imperceptibly, like a soft drift of shadow at the edge of light. A person who has always seen themselves as kind, honest, and good starts to make small compromises. Not out of malice, but out of necessity. A harmless lie here, a silent hesitation there. They tell themselves, "This isn't who I am. This is just what must be done." And in that moment, a seed is planted not of evil, but of self-deception. No one wakes up one morning and decides to become cruel. The transformation never happens in a single act. It unfolds through countless moments when the truth of one's heart is exchanged for the comfort of being right. You see, the mind has a strange talent for justifying itself. It will twist, bend, and reshape reality until it can still look in the mirror and say, "I am good." The descent begins the moment a person starts believing that goodness is something they can possess, rather than something they must continually rediscover. For when you claim to be good, you also create its opposite, someone else who must be bad. The moment you divide the world into us and them, the game has already begun. The darkness does not enter as hatred, but as certainty. The truth is, we become what we fear whenever we lose sight of our own shadow. Every human being carries within them both the saint and the serpent. But most people spend their lives denying this. They cling to the idea that only others could be cruel, only others could be unjust, only others could fall. And in that denial, the shadow grows stronger, unseen and unacknowledged, until one day it acts on its own. History, time and again, has shown this. Not through monsters who were born that way, but through ordinary people who stopped questioning themselves. A person begins to follow orders they disagree with because it feels easier than conflict. They remain silent while someone else suffers, convincing themselves it is not their place to intervene. Slowly, the conscience adapts. The voice that once shouted now whispers. And in the quiet, they begin to call obedience virtue. It is not that these people become evil. It is that they lose the capacity to see. Awareness collapses under the weight of justification. Once you convince yourself that your actions are for the greater good, Almost anything can be done without guilt. Cruelty, when wrapped in purpose, can masquerade as righteousness. The human mind loves order. It wants to believe that if it follows rules, obeys systems, and respects authority, it will remain safe. But safety has always been a mirage. When a person stops thinking for themselves, when they surrender their inner compass to someone else's map, they are no longer alive in the full sense. They have become a fragment of someone else's idea. And yet, you can't blame them entirely. Most people are not cruel because they enjoy it. They are cruel because they believe they must be. Under enough pressure, fear, or belonging, the line between right and wrong begins to blur. When your survival, status, or comfort depends on silence, silence begins to sound like morality. The mind says, I had no choice. But there is always a choice, it's just that some are more painful than others. The moment you avoid pain at all costs, you also avoid truth. Because truth is rarely comfortable, and goodness is rarely easy. Look closely, and you will see that corruption begins not in grand betrayals, but in tiny moments of self-abandonment. You tell yourself, I'll speak up next time. I'll do what's right when the stakes are higher. But the soul doesn't erode in one collapse, it erodes in quiet increments. A man becomes dishonest the day he starts believing that honesty must wait for a better time. There is another force at work, subtler, but far more dangerous, the need to belong. Human beings will do almost anything to avoid feeling isolated, and so they conform. They agree to things they do not believe in. They laugh at cruelty to avoid being outcast. They obey the unspoken rules of the tribe, even when those rules betray their heart. Because belonging feels safer than conscience. But the cost of belonging, when bought at the expense of awareness, is the slow disintegration of the self. This is why some of the darkest acts in history were not done by villains, but by people who simply wanted to fit in. They called it loyalty, duty, or patriotism, words that sound noble, but can hide deep fear. They forgot that morality is not obedience to authority, it is obedience to truth. When the crowd moves in one direction, the temptation to follow is overwhelming. The human mind, desperate not to stand alone, convinces itself that the majority must be right. It takes great courage to question what everyone else accepts, to refuse the comfort of belonging for the discomfort of awareness. But awareness is the only soil in which integrity can grow. You see, we often think of evil as a deliberate act, a conscious choice to harm. But most evil arises from unconsciousness. It grows wherever people stop noticing what they're doing, or why. It creeps in through habit, through convenience, through the dulling of sensitivity. That is how the good lose their way, not through malice, but through mechanical living. The tragedy is not that people fall, but that they fall while believing they are standing upright. The most dangerous illusion is righteousness, because it blinds you to your own shadow. When you believe you are unquestionably good, you stop examining your motives. You stop listening to others. You start defending your identity instead of discovering truth. And so, slowly, the person who once helped others begins to justify harm. They say, it's for their own good. The one who once valued honesty learns to deceive themselves. The one who once stood for compassion begins to believe that cruelty is necessary. And all the while, they continue to see themselves as good. This is the quiet tragedy of human nature, that the very desire to be good can lead to blindness. Because when you cling too tightly to one side of yourself, you create the very darkness you hope to escape. You separate the world into pure and impure, righteous and wicked, and in doing so, you build a prison for your own awareness. Every human being is capable of this. You and I are no exception. The potential for cruelty, deceit, and self-deception exists in all of us. But so does the potential for awareness, compassion, and truth. The difference lies not in what we are, but in how awake we are to ourselves. So perhaps the real question isn't, how do good people become bad? But rather, when do they stop being aware of who they are? Because when awareness fades, anything becomes possible, and not always for the better. If you look deeply enough, you will see that the struggle between good and evil is not a battle between people, but a conflict within consciousness itself. Every person is born with both the impulse to create and the impulse to destroy. The difference between the two is not in the heart, but in the level of awareness guiding it. When awareness sleeps, goodness becomes mechanical. It turns into habit, into performance, into self-image. And when goodness becomes unconscious, it easily transforms into its opposite. What we call evil is often simply goodness without light, action without reflection. It is the mind acting without seeing. And this blindness, this absence of awareness, is far more dangerous than malice. Because the one who knows he is cruel may still awaken, but the one who believes he is righteous will never question his own hand. So how does one remain awake in a world that constantly tempts us to sleep? How does one live without becoming what one fears? It begins with remembering that no one is entirely one thing. You cannot divide yourself into pure and impure, as though light and shadow were separate entities. They are two faces of the same being. To deny the shadow is to give it power. To look at it clearly, to admit, I too am capable of harm, is to take its power away. This is the first safeguard, awareness of your own potential for darkness. When you know that you can be cruel, you also know when cruelty begins to rise within you. You can see it before it acts, before it speaks, before it finds justification. You cannot transform what you refuse to acknowledge. Most people, however, do not want to see this part of themselves. They spend their lives polishing the mask of goodness while the shadow grows behind it. They mistake reputation for integrity, image for substance. But integrity has nothing to do with how you appear to others. It is how honestly you see yourself. The second safeguard is the courage to question your justifications. The mind will always find a reason to excuse its behavior. They deserved it, I had no choice. It's for the greater good. These are the whispers of self-deception. Each time you hear them, pause. Ask, am I protecting truth or protecting my image of myself? Because truth does not need protection. Only ego does. If you notice carefully, you will find that self-deception thrives in haste. When you rush, when you act under pressure, when you obey without reflection, you create the perfect conditions for blindness. That is why all awareness begins in stillness. When you stop reacting long enough to see clearly, life reveals its patterns. You begin to notice the subtle moment when kindness turns to pity, when conviction turns to arrogance, when belonging turns to obedience. You begin to sense how easily the good heart can harden when it feels threatened. Awareness does not prevent darkness from appearing, but it prevents you from confusing it with light. There is also another force, perhaps the most powerful of all, that protects the heart from corruption: empathy. Not the sentimental kind that we offer only to those we like, but the deeper empathy that recognizes itself in others. When you can feel another person's fear, confusion, or pain, you remember that they are not so different from you. It becomes difficult to harm what you can see yourself in. This is why systems that seek to control people always begin by reducing empathy. They divide, label, and dehumanize. They make the other seem distant or inferior, so that conscience no longer interferes with action. But awareness reverses this process. It brings the other close again. It reminds you that behind every face is the same trembling mystery that looks through your own eyes. When empathy returns, morality is no longer a set of rules. It becomes a natural response of the heart. You do not need commandments to stop you from cruelty when you can feel its echo within yourself. The third safeguard is moral courage. Awareness without courage can become passive. It can see clearly, but still choose comfort over truth. True awareness demands the willingness to act when silence would be easier. It asks you to lose what is safe in order to remain whole. This is not about grand heroism. It is about the quiet, ordinary moments when integrity costs you something. When you speak up though your voice shakes. When you refuse to join in cruelty, even when everyone else is laughing. When you admit your fault instead of defending your pride. Each time you do this, you reclaim a small part of your freedom. The strength to do this does not come from discipline or ideology. It comes from humility. You begin to see that you are not separate from those you judge. The same forces that corrupt others live in you as potential. The only difference is whether you are awake to them. This humility gives rise to compassion, not the weak kind that tolerates everything, but the wise kind that understands. When you understand why people fall, you no longer stand above them, you stand beside them. And from that position, you can help. You see, it is not the darkness that destroys the world. It is unconsciousness. The good person who stops noticing, the just person who stops reflecting, the kind person who stops questioning. Evil does not need hatred to thrive. It only needs forgetfulness. But when you see something remarkable happens, you begin to sense the fragile beauty of human nature. How easy it is to lose balance, and how miraculous it is that we ever find it. You start to forgive, not to excuse, but because you recognize yourself in every fall and every redemption. If you can hold this awareness, you will see that the line between good and evil is not a wall dividing people. It is a thread running through every heart. The task of life is not to stand on one side of it, but to walk it, awake. And when you walk that line consciously, you discover a secret. The light that keeps you from falling is not perfection. It is honesty. The willingness to look within and say, yes, I am capable of anything, but I choose awareness. So in the end, perhaps good and evil are not opposites at all. They are the two movements of a single dance, the contraction and expansion of consciousness itself. When you cling to one and reject the other, you lose your rhythm. When you see both as part of the same whole, you begin to move freely again. The one who understands this no longer fears his shadow. He can walk through the world without armor, because he has nothing left to defend. He knows that monsters are not born, they are forgotten selves. And when you remember who you truly are, when you see that even your darkness belongs to the light, the monster dissolves. Not because you conquered it, but because you finally turned to face it.
There's something happening to you right now that you can't quite name. And I need to tell you something about it that might be difficult to hear. This feeling you're carrying, this strange place you're in, it's not a waiting room. It's not preparation. It's not the space before your life begins. It's the most dangerous phase of your entire journey. Dangerous because most people don't survive it. Not physically, but they abandon themselves here. They quit here. They convince themselves the vision was never real. And they do it right before everything was about to change. You clicked on this video not for entertainment, not to pass the time. You clicked because something inside you is looking for confirmation. Confirmation that this feeling, this strange mixture of certainty and confusion, isn't a sign that something is wrong with you. Let me tell you what I think is actually happening. You can see it. The life you're supposed to be living, the person you're supposed to become. It's not a vague dream anymore. It's specific. It's detailed. You can almost touch it. And that's precisely what makes your current reality so unbearable. Because you're standing here, and that future is standing over there, and the distance between the two feels like it might kill you. Some days you wake up and there's this electricity running through you. Everything feels possible. You make decisions from that future place, bold decisions, and for a few hours you inhabit that version of yourself completely. But then something shifts. Maybe by afternoon, maybe by the next morning, and suddenly you're back in the weight of what is. The bank account that doesn't reflect your vision, the people around you who don't see what you see, the evidence or lack of it that anything is actually working. And you think there's something wrong with this. You think the oscillation means you're unstable, unfocused, not cut out for this. But I want to tell you something that might change everything. This is the place. This exact experience you're having right now, this is the most important phase of your entire journey. And here's what nobody tells you about it. You will never need to be here again. This is a one-time passage, a threshold you cross once and only once, which is why most people don't recognize it while they're in it. They think it's a waiting room. They think it's the space before their life begins. It's not. This is where your life is actually being decided. Let me explain what's really happening when you feel like you're living in two realities at once. There's the reality everyone else can see, the one with the struggle, the building, the waiting, the not yet. This is the reality that shows up in your circumstances. The reality you have to explain to people. The reality that makes you feel like you're behind. And then there's the reality you feel. The one where the future version of you isn't imaginary at all. It's more real than what's in front of you. You can feel that person's confidence, their calm, their certainty. You know how they think. You know how they move through the world. And on your best days, you make decisions from that place. But here's the problem with existing in two timelines simultaneously. When that future self feels close, you feel invincible. You take risks. You speak differently. You carry yourself like someone who has already arrived. But when the present self reasserts its weight, when you look around and see only the gap, something in you collapses. You feel like a fraud, like you've been pretending, like the distance between where you are and where you're going is a distance you specifically cannot cross. This whiplash isn't a malfunction. This is what transformation actually feels like from the inside. You see, we have this idea that growth is linear, that you start at point A, you work hard, and you arrive at point B, and the whole journey is a steady upward climb. But that's not how it works. That's not how it's ever worked for anyone who has genuinely transformed their life. The actual pattern looks more like this: a surge forward, then what feels like a collapse, an expansion, then a contraction. A day where you feel like you've finally broken through, followed by a week where you feel like you've lost everything you gained. And in those low moments, in those contractions, you don't just question the path, you question yourself. You wonder if the vision was ever real or just a story you told yourself to avoid facing your limitations. But here's what I need you to understand. The contraction isn't the loss of progress. The contraction is the integration of progress. It's your system catching up to what you've become. It's the space where the growth actually takes root. Think of it like a muscle after intense exercise. There's a period where it feels weaker, not stronger, where it needs rest and recovery. But that period isn't the undoing of the workout. It's where the workout actually becomes part of you. Your psychology works the same way. And if you keep interpreting the contractions as failure, if you keep using those low moments as evidence that you're not meant for this, you will walk away right before the integration completes. This is why most people quit when they do. Not because they weren't close, but because being close feels worse than being far away. Now let me tell you what it actually means to be ready, because you've probably been misunderstanding this your entire life. You think being ready means feeling ready. You think it means having confidence, having clarity, having some kind of stable internal state that doesn't waver. And so you wait. You wait for the doubt to go away. You wait to feel certain. You wait for the fear to stop. But that's not what readiness is. That's not what it's ever been. Readiness is what you do when you don't feel ready. It's the action you take on the morning when everything in you is screaming to stay in bed. It's the work you do when there's no external evidence that the work is leading anywhere. It's choosing the hard right thing over the easy wrong thing when nobody is watching and nobody will ever know. This is what preparation actually looks like. Not motivation. Not inspiration. Just the decision to keep going when every feeling you have is telling you to stop. And here's what you need to hear. You've been doing this. You've been showing up on those days. You've been taking action without proof. And you're probably not giving yourself any credit for it because you're too focused on how far you still have to go. But the distance you've already traveled, the internal ground you've already covered, that's not nothing. That's everything. Because most people never start. And of those who start, most people quit during the exact phase you're in right now. You're still here. That's not a small thing. You've been so focused on what you haven't done that you've forgotten to acknowledge what you have. The mornings you got up anyway. The work you did when you didn't want to. The times you chose the vision over the comfort. Nobody saw those moments. Nobody applauded, but they happened. And they're the reason you're still in this. The fatigue you feel, the heaviness, that's not a sign you're failing. It's the weight of becoming. You're carrying two versions of yourself right now. The old one that's dissolving and the new one that's forming. And that's exhausting. Of course it is. But it doesn't mean something is wrong. It means something is happening. But there's a voice, isn't there? A voice that speaks loudest in the quiet moments. When you're trying to fall asleep. When you're alone with your thoughts. When the distraction stops and you're left with yourself. And this voice asks a question that feels like a knife. What if it never happens for you? And you think this voice is your enemy. You think it's the thing you need to defeat before you can succeed. You try to silence it with affirmations. You try to drown it out with motivation. You try to argue with it, to present evidence, to build a case for why it's wrong. But what if that voice isn't trying to stop you? What if it's trying to test you? You see, there's something that happens when a person commits to a path that will genuinely transform them. The commitment gets tested. Not once, but repeatedly. And the tests don't come from outside. They come from within. They come in the form of doubt, exhaustion, the seductive logic of giving up. And every time you feel that voice rising, every time you hear the question, what if this isn't for you? You're not being attacked. You're being asked. You're being asked, do you actually want this? Or do you just like the idea of wanting it? And here's how you answer. Not with words, not with affirmations, not with arguments. You answer by what you do next. If this were just a fantasy, you would have found an easier story by now. You would have negotiated yourself into something more comfortable, something with less resistance, something that didn't require you to keep walking into uncertainty every single day. But you're still here, still asking when, not if. And that tells me something about you that you might not see in yourself. You have faith, not the clean kind, not the comfortable kind. A messy faith. A faith that coexists with doubt, that gets shaky and uncertain, that sometimes feels more like stubbornness than belief. A faith that doesn't feel like faith at all because it's wrapped in so much questioning. But it's faith nonetheless, because you're still in the game. You haven't walked away. And that means somewhere inside you, deeper than the doubt, there's a knowing that won't let you quit. That knowing is the only proof you need. I want you to understand something about the people who have made it to the other side. The ones living the life you're building toward. The ones who turned their vision into reality. They all stood exactly where you're standing. Every single one of them. I spoke with a woman once who built a company that now serves thousands of people. I asked her about the early days, expecting to hear about strategy, vision, the blueprint she followed. She laughed. The early days, she said, were just me crying in my car before client calls, convinced everyone would find out I had no idea what I was doing, and then making the call anyway. That's what the in-between looked like for her. Not confidence, not clarity, just action in the absence of both. They had the same vision and the same gap you have. They had days of electricity and days of collapse. They questioned whether they were the exception to the rule, the one for whom it wouldn't work. They looked at their circumstances and couldn't see how it would happen. They felt the weight, the fatigue, the voice asking, what's the point? And they kept going. Not because they had more confidence than you. Not because they had more talent or connections or luck. They kept going because they refused to let the doubt make the decision. The doubt was there. It's always there. It never fully goes away, not even after you've made it. But they acted anyway. They treated the doubt as information, not as instruction. They felt the fear and moved their feet regardless. And that's the only difference. The only difference between the ones who made it and the ones who didn't. The ones who made it let action decide. So I want to offer you something. A different way of measuring where you are. A different way of knowing whether you're on track. Stop measuring your progress by how you feel. I know that sounds strange. We're taught to check in with ourselves,
to monitor our emotional state, to use our feelings as a compass. And in many areas of life, that's wise. But in this phase, in the between, your feelings will lie to you. Your feelings will fluctuate based on how much sleep you got, what you ate, what someone said to you, what you saw on your phone, how the weather is, whether you're getting sick. Your feelings will tell you you're failing on the same day you're actually breaking through. Your feelings will tell you to quit 10 minutes before the breakthrough arrives. Feelings are data, but they're not accurate data. Not right now. Not in this phase. So stop asking yourself how you feel about your progress. Start asking different questions. Did you show up today? That's progress. Did you take one action, however small, toward the thing you're building? That's progress. Did you choose not to quit when quitting would have been easier? That's progress. Did you resist the urge to burn it all down and start something new just because the current thing got hard? That's progress. Because this phase isn't measured in breakthroughs. This phase is measured in consistency, in the decision to keep walking when you can't see the path, in the choice to stay in the game when every logical part of your brain is telling you to find an easier game. And by that measure, by the only measure that actually matters right now, you're already succeeding. You just can't see it yet. Here's what I want you to see about where you are. Imagine you're in a forest, dense, unfamiliar, no map, no trail markers, no sense of which direction leads out. And you have only two options, move or stay still. So you pick a direction and start walking. And after a while, you hit a dead end. So you adjust, you try another way. And that's not quite right either. You keep moving, keep adjusting, keep hitting walls and finding new paths. Now, you could interpret this as failure. You could say, I keep choosing wrong, I keep wasting time, I'm not good at navigating. Someone else would have found the way out by now. But that would be a misunderstanding. Because every wrong direction you've taken has taught you something, it's eliminated a possibility, it's sharpened your instincts, it's built your capacity to read the terrain. You're not lost because you're incompetent. You're in a place that can only be crossed by moving through it. There is no map for the in-between. There never was. The people who made it through didn't have better directions. They just kept moving when they couldn't see where they were going. The forest isn't punishing you. The forest is training you, and the training is the point. I want to tell you something that might be difficult to hear, but I think you need to hear it. This phase you're in, this between, this is not preparation for your life. This is your life, and it might be the most alive you'll ever feel. Because right now you have hunger, you have direction, you have something you're building toward, something that matters to you. You have skin in the game. You're not comfortable, and that discomfort is keeping you sharp, keeping you moving, keeping you becoming. And I know you're waiting for the other side, waiting for the moment when you've arrived and you can finally relax into what you've built. But I need to tell you something about that moment. It doesn't end the uncertainty. It just changes the game. The stakes get higher. The problems get different. The doubt doesn't disappear. It just learns new questions to ask. The people who have made it will tell you the same thing. They'll tell you that the hunger you feel now, the aliveness of building something from nothing, that never comes back the same way. Once you've arrived, you can't unarrive. And many of them miss this phase. They miss the rawness of it, the intensity, the feeling that everything was still possible because nothing was yet decided. So if you're waiting to feel successful before you let yourself appreciate this, if you're postponing your experience of the journey until you've reached the destination, you're going to miss it. You're going to miss the part where you were most alive. So here's what I want to leave you with. The fact that you're still here, the fact that you clicked on this video looking for something you couldn't name, the fact that these words are landing somewhere inside you, that's not an accident. Something in you recognized this. Something in you needed to hear that the place you're in isn't a mistake, that the struggle isn't a sign you're on the wrong path, that the doubt doesn't disqualify you. And the only confirmation you need isn't out there somewhere. It's not in a sign or a signal or someone else's approval. It's in here. It's in the fact that you refuse to stop, that you keep getting back up, that no matter how many times the voice asks if it's worth it, you keep answering with your actions. That's not weakness dressed up as strength. That's strength, the only kind that matters. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do. not for me. For yourself, say it out loud, or write it where you'll see it, or post it somewhere others can witness it. 3 words, I keep walking. That's it. That's the whole thing. Because in this phase, that's the only declaration.
There are moments in life that seem to shimmer differently from all the others. You meet someone, and for reasons that defy logic, the air between you feels charged with something ancient. The conversation flows as if it has always been happening. The silences are full instead of awkward, and their presence feels less like discovery and more like remembrance. You can't quite explain it, but you know it. You know them, though you have never met. It isn't about attraction in the usual sense. It isn't even about similarity. It's something deeper, quieter, a kind of recognition that bypasses thought. You feel it in the way your body relaxes around them, the way your mind stops performing. In their gaze, you don't feel judged, but seen, not admired, but known. Most people mistake this feeling for romance, for destiny, for the long-awaited other half. But what you are really experiencing is the universe recognizing itself through 2 of its expressions. When 2 awakened souls meet, what passes between them is not ownership, but awareness. You see, awakening strips away the masks that most people wear. It dissolves the stories we tell ourselves about who we should be and how others should perceive us. And when those stories are gone, what's left is naked, being simple, luminous consciousness. So when 2 beings who are awake to that truth meet, they see not personas, but presence. The illusion of separation flickers and, for a moment, disappears. It's not that you fall in love, it's that love falls into you. Awakened connection is not built through effort. It happens by resonance. Just as 2 tuning forks vibrate together when one is struck, 2 beings who are attuned to life's depth naturally harmonize. They don't complete each other, they reveal each other. Each becomes a mirror in which the other can see what is already whole. The ego doesn't know what to do with this kind of meeting. It tries to name it, to contain it, to turn it into a narrative. It calls it fate or twin flame or cosmic purpose. But the truth is simpler and more mysterious than that. When you stand before another and feel that inexplicable recognition, you are witnessing consciousness remembering itself. There's a story I like to tell. A wave once looked across the ocean and saw another wave approaching. "You look familiar," it said. "Perhaps we've met before." The other wave laughed and said, "Of course we have. We've never been apart." That is what happens when 2 awakened souls meet. They see through the forms and remember the sea. At first, the experience can feel overwhelming. You may feel a rush of emotion, a sense of intensity that your mind can't label. That's because awareness, when reflected, amplifies itself. The presence of another conscious being draws forth what is dormant in you. You begin to see parts of yourself you had forgotten: tenderness, vulnerability, peace. This can be beautiful, but also unsettling. The ego fears transparency. It prefers the safety of roles and masks. When faced with someone who sees beyond them, it trembles. That trembling isn't a warning, it's a purification. It's life asking, are you willing to be seen completely? If you are, something miraculous unfolds. The boundaries soften, not in the sense of merging, but in the sense of openness. You realize that real intimacy is not about becoming one person. It's about realizing you were never 2. That's the paradox of awakened connection. It deepens individuality while dissolving separation. Each person remains distinct, yet both recognize the same awareness behind the distinction. It's like 2 mirrors reflecting each other into infinity, endless, spacious, and free. In such presence, words become unnecessary. Conversation still happens, but it carries a different weight. Silence speaks louder than language. The need to impress fades. You start to listen, not to reply, but to hear the universe speaking through both of you. There's no desire to hold or keep the other, because what you value isn't their form, but their being. You see that even if the body's part, the awareness you share is continuous. That's why these connections, once experienced, never truly end. The people may move away, the story may change, but the recognition remains imprinted in consciousness. And so you begin to understand that what the universe brings together, it doesn't always keep together in form. It doesn't promise permanence, only truth. The purpose of meeting an awakened soul is not to possess them, but to remember who you are through them. When you grasp that, the anxiety of attachment dissolves. You no longer need to define the relationship, to protect it, to make it fit an image. You let it be what it is, a sacred intersection in the vast unfolding of being. Sometimes that intersection lasts a lifetime. Sometimes it lasts a moment. But in eternity, the length doesn't matter. 1 second of true recognition outweighs years of polite familiarity. And even if you never meet again, the meeting has already fulfilled its purpose. It has shown you the face of awareness in another form. It has reminded you that love, in its highest expression, is not about merging or clinging. It's about seeing clearly and allowing freely. You begin to notice that this recognition can happen anywhere, with a stranger on a train, a child, an animal, even a fleeting encounter that leaves no trace. It's the same universe winking at itself, saying, "I'm still here." In that realization, loneliness dissolves. You see that the awakened soul is not a rare being hidden somewhere in the world. Every person is that soul, sleeping or stirring, waiting for the right moment to open their eyes. And when they do, the meeting happens again, not between two people, but within the vastness that contains them both. When awareness meets awareness, something changes in the air. You can feel it, even if you can't explain it. There's a softness, as though time slows down just enough for eternity to peek through. You stop thinking about who you are supposed to be and simply exist as you are. It's not dramatic. It's not mystical fireworks. It's more like coming home to a place you never knew you'd left. And that homecoming doesn't depend on the other person. They may have sparked it, but what they really did was remind you of yourself. You begin to see that all love, in its deepest sense, is self-recognition. Not the small self that worries and strives, but the vast awareness that has always been quietly watching. When you love someone who is awake, you're really loving the presence that both of you share. This kind of meeting doesn't follow the usual human script. There are no guarantees, no promises to fulfill, no expectations to satisfy. You don't meet to complete each other, you meet to reflect each other. The relationship, whatever form it takes, becomes a sacred mirror. You start to see where you still cling, where you still hide, where you still confuse attachment for love. Sometimes that reflection can be uncomfortable. The other person may stir up parts of you that you thought were resolved. That's because awareness, by its nature, illuminates. When two awakened souls meet, every shadow is invited to surface, not for judgment, but for integration. It's like two candles placed near each other. Their flames grow brighter, and the darkness has no choice but to retreat. And yet, in that brightness, there is gentleness. True recognition doesn't demand, it doesn't need to control or claim. It simply allows. You can feel the difference. Possession feels heavy, while awareness feels weightless. When you look into the eyes of someone who truly sees you, there's no hunger in their gaze. There's space, the kind of space that lets you breathe freely, that invites you to be exactly as you are. You start to understand why the universe arranges such meetings. It's not to give you a perfect companion or to fix your loneliness. It's to remind you of the unity behind all appearances. Through the reflection of another, you remember that everything you seek has always been within you. That realization is both humbling and liberating. Because once you see it, you can never unsee it. The world starts to glow differently. Every encounter becomes an echo of that recognition. You begin to sense the sacred in everyone, even those who are still asleep to their own light. You look at them and think, ah, there you are, just not awake yet. And you realize how patient the universe really is. It allows every soul to awaken in its own time, through its own experiences. Some awaken through beauty, some through heartbreak, some through silence. But the destination is always the same, the rediscovery of being. When you understand that, love ceases to be personal, it expands. You no longer love people for who they are to you. You love them for what they are in truth, expressions of the same consciousness wearing different masks. The boundaries blur, and compassion becomes effortless. You stop needing to be understood, and instead, you start to understand. That's the strange and beautiful thing about awakening. It doesn't make you special. It makes you ordinary, but in the most miraculous way. You no longer stand apart from the world. You blend with it. You taste the oneness that mystics and poets have always tried to describe. And yet, you can still enjoy the play of individuality. You still laugh, cry, fall in love, and lose things. You still feel the human heartbeat, but now it pulses in rhythm with everything else. When you meet another awakened soul, that rhythm harmonizes for a while, like two notes in perfect tune, and when they part, the song continues in a different key. It's not about holding on, it's about listening. Listening to the music of connection without demanding it play forever. Some meetings are a single verse, others are an entire symphony. Both are complete, both are sacred. The universe has a peculiar way of arranging such encounters. You don't plan them, you don't predict them, and you certainly don't control them. They happen in the same way that flowers bloom or waves rise spontaneously, without permission. And just as naturally, they fade when the time is right. If you can accept that rhythm, you'll never feel abandoned. You'll understand that the universe doesn't take people away, it changes the form of the connection. The awareness you share remains untouched, like light passing through different windows. The glass changes, the light does not. And so, when two awakened souls meet, there's no need to grasp, no need to mourn, no need to define. You simply recognize the miracle, bow to it, and let it flow. That recognition is enough to transform your whole understanding of relationship. You see, that awakening isn't just a solitary journey, it's relational. Every meeting, every reflection, every exchange of energy is part of the unfolding. And through these reflections, awareness deepens its understanding of itself. Even separation in this light becomes sacred, because the moment you stop clinging, you start to perceive the subtle thread that connects all things. You realize that love never leaves. It only changes its language. So when you meet someone and feel that quiet recognition, don't rush to label it. Don't trap it in words like soulmate or destiny. Just be still and let it reveal its lesson. The universe is using that person as a mirror to show you your own depth. And when the reflection fades, thank it, bow to it, because it has done what it came to do, to remind you that awareness is never alone. That's the secret. The universe doesn't bring two awakened souls together to make them one. It brings them together so they can see that they always were. There is a quiet humor in the way the universe arranges things. It hides itself in countless forms, pretending not to know what it is. And then, every so often, two of those forms look at each other and remember. That remembrance is not dramatic. It's subtle, like sunlight finally reaching a corner of the room that's been in shadow all morning. You don't say, "Ah, the light has come." You simply notice that everything looks clearer. When two awakened souls meet, that clarity deepens. Each becomes a mirror in which the other can see the movement of awareness itself. The mirror does not add anything, it only reflects what is already there. But in the reflection, the mystery becomes visible. You begin to sense that what you call me and what you call you are two ripples on the same sea, two ways the universe is tasting its own existence. The mind resists this at first. It likes definitions. It wants to say, you are over there and I am over here, and our connection must mean something specific. But awareness smiles at the mind's confusion. It knows that what appears as two is actually one, playing hide and seek. The very act of seeking each other is how consciousness enjoys its own diversity. Think of a mirror facing another mirror. Between them, reflections multiply into infinity. No single image can claim to be the original, yet each one contains the same light. When you look into the eyes of another awakened being, you are seeing that infinity, an endless play of forms, revealing the same source. This realization changes the flavor of love. It becomes less like hunger and more like recognition. You don't reach out to take, you relax into seeing. Love stops being an effort and turns into awareness resting in itself. You no longer say, I love you as possession, but as observation. I see the same light moving there. And when you see that light clearly, judgment dissolves. The need to compare, to demand, to shape others into your image fades. How could you insist that another wave be higher or lower than yours when you both rise from the same ocean? Compassion becomes natural, not as a moral virtue, but as a direct understanding. The suffering of another is no longer foreign. It is your own reflection asking to be understood. Awakened relationship, then, is not about agreement or shared beliefs. It's about shared seeing. You could disagree entirely on politics, taste, or temperament, yet still feel the deep resonance that comes from recognizing the same ground of being. Beneath all the movement of personality, there is a stillness you both inhabit. When you rest there together, even silence becomes a conversation. That silence teaches you something that words cannot. Presence is enough. You realize that most of your interactions in life were attempts to fill silence because silence felt empty. But when awareness meets awareness, silence feels full. You could sit beside each other for hours, saying nothing, and still feel complete. It's as though time pauses to listen. People often ask, how do I find someone awakened? But that very question hides the answer. You cannot find awareness outside yourself. You can only recognize it. And recognition happens naturally when you're no longer seeking completion. When you stop demanding the world to fill your emptiness, you discover that everyone you meet becomes a potential reflection. The awakened companion may not appear as you imagine. They might be a stranger on a bus, a child, a teacher, or even a brief passerby. But the essence of the meeting is always the same: awareness glimpsing itself. Such meetings are gifts, not possessions. They are reminders, and like all reminders, they vanish once their purpose is fulfilled. To cling to them is to lose the lesson they carried. The universe will sometimes bring someone into your life only long enough for you to remember what you already are. When that memory settles, the person may drift away, and that is not a loss, it's a completion. Of course, the heart still aches when form departs. Even the awakened heart feels grief. But awareness transforms grief into gratitude. You begin to thank existence for lending you another mirror, even for a moment. You see that love is never wasted, because love was never between two. It was the movement of the one appearing as two. And so, the mirror of awareness does its work quietly. It shows you where you are still hiding. It reveals the subtle clinging to identity, the small fears that whisper, I must hold on. But when you look closely, you see that even those fears are part of the dance. The mirror reflects everything, not only light but shadow, because both belong to wholeness. There will be times when another awakened soul challenges you, not through argument, but through presence. Their stillness might unsettle you. Their acceptance might disarm you. That is the mirror at work. Awareness is showing you the places where you still contract, where you still resist being seen. Let those reflections soften you instead of frighten you. The more completely you allow yourself to be seen, the freer you become. Over time, you notice that the need for particular mirrors fades. You no longer wait for the universe to bring you someone special because you've discovered that the mirror was never external. The world itself becomes your companion. Every sound, every face, every gust of wind reflects the same consciousness back to you. Life becomes an ongoing conversation between the infinite and itself. And in that realization, the old idea of loneliness loses its grip. You may live alone, you may walk through a crowded city, but you are never isolated. The same awareness that once met you through another now meets you through everything. The raindrop on the window, the laughter of a stranger, the breath moving in your chest, all of it whispers the same message. I am here, I am you, I have always been. When you live from that space, relationships transform. You don't enter them out of need, but out of joy. You meet others not to complete yourself, but to celebrate the shared being that already is complete. You can love fully without fear, because you know that even if form changes, the essence remains untouched. The mirror cannot break. It can only change what it reflects. This understanding also brings humility. You realize that awakening doesn't make you better than anyone else. It simply makes you transparent. You become a clear window through which life shines unobstructed. And when another soul looks through that window, they might recognize their own clarity. In that sense, awakening is contagious, not because you teach it, but because you are it. Sometimes the universe arranges two such transparent beings to cross paths for a while. Their presence amplifies each other, creating a small field of peace that ripples outward. You can feel this when you're near them, a calm that doesn't need explanation. They don't preach, they simply exist, and their existence changes the atmosphere. But the universe is playful. It doesn't allow stagnation, even in enlightenment. Eventually, those paths diverge again. The mirrors move apart, and each continues, reflecting the infinite in new ways. And that, too, is perfect. When you understand this, you stop asking, will it last? Because you see that it already has. Every true meeting is eternal in its essence. The form may dissolve, but the awareness that recognized itself through that meeting never fades. In dreams, in memory, in subtle intuition, the resonance continues. It's the universe reminding you, nothing real can be lost. So, what happens when the universe brings two awakened souls together? Nothing and everything. On the surface, perhaps two people share a conversation, a walk, a moment of laughter. Beneath the surface, the infinite meets itself and smiles. The smile is enough. You might not even realize until later that something inside you shifted. The world feels lighter, your heart more spacious, your mind less defensive. That is how the mirror works quietly, without drama. It doesn't change what you are, it reveals it. And once revealed, you can never return to pretending. You may forget for a time, you may get caught again in stories and striving, but somewhere inside, the remembrance remains. Every future meeting, every glimpse of beauty, will echo that first recognition, I am the one I was seeking. Eventually, you stop distinguishing between spiritual and ordinary encounters. The sacred seeps into everything. The cashier's smile, the rhythm of rain, the breath between thoughts, all mirrors, all teachers. The universe never stopped bringing awareness together. You just stopped noticing. Now you see that the entire cosmos is an endless conversation between awakened souls, each reflecting the same light through different eyes. So, when another comes into your life and you feel that spark of familiarity, treat it as a blessing, not a mission. Don't rush to label it. Don't demand that it stay. Simply bow inwardly and say, "Ah, there you are again." Then let life decide how long the dance will last. Because the meeting itself is the message. To see yourself reflected so clearly, even for an instant, is to remember eternity. And in that remembrance, all seeking ends. You realize that there were never two awakened souls, only one awareness, meeting itself in infinite forms, smiling through countless eyes. Every moment spent chasing becomes a moment unseen, unlived, unappreciated. But when you realize that this very moment, this breath, this heartbeat, is the only enough that ever existed, something inside you softens. You no longer fight the flow. You start to dance with it. The meaning of money is in its movement. It is not meant to be hoarded, but circulated. It is energy in motion. And when you let it move, it brings life. When you freeze it, it begins to die. The same is true for joy, for love, for creativity. These things only remain alive when shared. That is why generosity has always been the mark of a truly wealthy spirit. Because generosity is not about giving away money. It is about releasing attachment. It is saying, I trust life enough to let this go. And the universe, being an echo of that same trust, often responds in kind. Real wealth does not come from possessing more, but from needing less. You become infinitely rich the moment you stop trying to compensate for your sense of lack. You realize that all this time, you were never chasing money, you were chasing yourself. You were searching for the feeling of being enough. And the moment you recognize that you already are, the chase ends. This does not mean you abandon ambition or stop working. It simply means you stop confusing effort with worth. You work not to become something, but to express what you already are. That shift, subtle as it seems, transforms everything. Suddenly, your actions feel lighter. You stop competing and start creating. You stop worrying about outcomes because you understand that what truly matters was never at stake. The real purpose of money is play, to facilitate exchange, creativity, and connection, not to define identity. When you begin to treat it as play, you participate in the great rhythm of life without losing yourself in it. You can work hard, earn much, even enjoy luxury, but you no longer confuse the mask for the face. Look around the world and you will notice that the happiest people are not necessarily those who have the most, but those who are most alive. They use money like musicians use notes, as a means of expression, not measurement. They can laugh at losses, smile through uncertainty, and still trust the unfolding of things. You may not control every rise and fall of fortune, but you can always control your relationship to it. You can choose to see money as movement rather than meaning. You can choose to treat wealth as a guest rather than a god. The moment you stop believing that happiness lies somewhere beyond the next financial milestone, you begin to wake up. You realize that the true treasure of life is not stored in banks, but in awareness, in the ability to see beauty in what is already here. Imagine living from that space. You still earn, still plan, still invest, but you no longer suffer through it. You no longer chase freedom, you express it. Because the free person is not one who has escaped the system, but one who no longer believes it defines them. Wealth and freedom are not opposites. They only appear that way when you forget who you are. When you remember, everything becomes simple. You earn when you need to, you rest when you can, and you allow life to unfold in its rhythm. And then, quite mysteriously, abundance finds its way back to you. Not because you demanded it, but because you finally stopped blocking it. You stopped clutching at life and started trusting it. The fool chases freedom through control. The wise simply realize that control was never needed. And in that realization, you discover the most profound truth of all. You were never meant to be rich. You were meant to be free. They guide your choices, shape your dreams, and limit your joy. But fear is not truth. It is imagination without awareness. The mind projects its doubts into the future, forgetting that the present moment contains no threat. When you bring awareness back to now, fear dissolves like mist in sunlight. And finally, there is the place of achievement, the grand illusion that you must earn your right to exist. From childhood, you were taught that success is the price of worthiness. You were told that meaning is found in doing more, having more, becoming more, but this endless striving leaves you exhausted and hollow. For every mountain you climb, another appears. Every goal achieved brings only temporary satisfaction before the next desire takes its place. You cannot reach peace through achievement because peace was never missing. It was simply forgotten beneath the noise of becoming. When you live in these places long enough, you begin to forget that they are not who you are. You start to believe that comparison, control, and fear are the normal conditions of life. You even take pride in your suffering, calling it ambition or discipline. But there comes a moment, sometimes in exhaustion, sometimes in silence, when something within you whispers, there must be more than this. That whisper is the beginning of awakening. It is the voice of the true self calling you home. The journey back to your real nature does not begin by running from these places, but by seeing them clearly. Seeing the illusion is already freedom from it. The one who observes comparison is not comparing. The one who sees fear is not afraid. The awareness that witnesses the storm is not the storm itself. This is the essence of awakening. Not to become something new, but to remember what was never lost. As long as you identify with what changes, you will suffer with every change. But when you rest as the awareness behind it, you find a peace that cannot be shaken. The world continues to move. The body continues to age. The stories continue to unfold. Yet there is a stillness that remains untouched. That stillness is your true nature. It is not a belief or a philosophy. It is the very ground of your being. And when you begin to live from that awareness, something extraordinary happens. The comparisons lose their power. The fears lose their grip. The noise of the world softens into background music. You move through life not as someone trying to win, but as someone who has already arrived. You act, but without anxiety. You care, but without attachment. You love, but without possession. This is what it means to remember yourself. Most people will never take that step. They will continue to chase and collect and compare until their final breath. But you, if you are listening closely, may already sense that another way exists. Not a path that you must find, but one that reveals itself when you stop running. The moment you stop trying to become, you return to being. And there, in that simple presence, you rediscover the truth you had been searching for in every corner of the world. Your true self was never hidden. It was only overlooked. Like the silence behind every sound, it was there all along, waiting for you to remember. There comes a time when you grow tired of your own struggle, not because you've given up, but because you've finally seen through the illusion that there was ever something to win. You begin to notice that every chase ends in the same place. Every success fades into the next desire, and every fear eventually dissolves into the air it came from. And in that quiet realization, something begins to awaken. You start to sense that freedom is not a matter of fixing life, but of seeing it clearly. When you see clearly, you no longer need to escape the world. You simply stop mistaking the noise for yourself. The mind will still produce thoughts. Emotions will still rise and fall, but the difference is that you no longer identify with them. You begin to live from a deeper stillness, an inner clarity that watches the play of life without being carried away by it. Most people believe awakening is about adding something: more knowledge, more practice, more light, but true awakening is the opposite. It is a gentle undoing, a falling away of everything that is not you. You begin to shed the unnecessary, not through effort, but through recognition. Like mist burned away by the sun, illusion fades the moment it's seen for what it is. You realize that you were never the restless seeker trying to become something more. You were the space in which the seeking was happening. You were the quiet awareness watching the entire performance unfold. Once this begins to dawn in you, the world starts to feel lighter. You no longer walk through life as if it were a battlefield. You move as if life were music, unpredictable, fluid, alive. You begin to understand that harmony was never about control, but about listening. The same way a musician must surrender to the rhythm, you learn to trust the natural movement of your own existence. The mind, of course, will resist this. It will say, if I stop striving, I'll fall behind. If I stop controlling, everything will collapse. But this fear is built on misunderstanding. It assumes that you are the one holding life together. In truth, life is holding you. The same intelligence that turns stars, that breathes your lungs, that beats your heart without your permission, that is what's living you. To fight against it is to struggle against your own nature. When you allow life to flow through you rather than trying to command it, something miraculous happens. Effort becomes grace. Work becomes play. Even pain becomes a form of transformation. You begin to see that everything that once felt like punishment was only life trying to teach you how to let go. The world becomes your mirror. Wherever you look, you see reflections of the self you used to believe you were. But instead of reacting, you begin to smile. You realize that everyone is caught in the same dream, trying to protect the same illusions. And compassion arises not as an obligation, but as a natural understanding. You no longer need to change people. You see that they, too, are being guided home in their own time. There's a beautiful simplicity that returns to your existence. You no longer need grand philosophies or complex practices. Presence itself becomes your teacher. When you drink tea, you taste life in the tea. When you walk, you feel the ground as part of yourself. When you breathe, you realize the air entering your lungs has already belonged to countless others before you. Everything begins to shimmer with the same aliveness that once seemed hidden. You discover that joy was never something to achieve, it was what remained when striving stopped. The same world that once felt chaotic now feels sacred, because you are no longer separate from it. You are not a visitor in this universe. You are the universe momentarily playing the role of a person. Many people spend their whole lives trying to find meaning. They ask, why am I here? But the question itself is the confusion. You are not here to find meaning. You are here to experience being. Meaning is not something given to you by the world. It arises naturally when you are present. When you are fully here, life takes care of itself. You stop living in the past and future because you see how unreal they are. The past is memory, the future is imagination, and neither can ever be touched. The only place life actually exists is now. This moment, simple and ordinary as it may seem, contains everything. All the beauty, all the mystery, all the peace you were searching for has been waiting here all along. When you live from this awareness, even the so-called dangerous places lose their power. Comparison becomes gratitude because you finally see that everyone's path is their own. Control becomes surrender because you trust the intelligence behind every unfolding. Identity becomes play because you know you are not the mask but the one wearing it. Distraction turns into wonder because every sound and sight becomes a reminder of your own presence. Perfection becomes unnecessary because you realize that the world was never broken. Fear turns into curiosity because what once seemed threatening now becomes an invitation to awaken. And achievement becomes expression, a joyful way of participating in life, rather than a desperate attempt to justify your existence. When you live like this, there is no conflict between being and doing. You can act in the world without losing yourself in it. You can work, create, build, and care, but your peace no longer depends on results. You are free in success and free in failure, because both are seen as passing clouds in the same vast sky of awareness. People sometimes ask, if I stop chasing, won't I lose motivation? But true motivation doesn't come from fear or lack. It comes from love. When you love something, you do it naturally. You don't have to force yourself to create, to explore, to share. Life moves through you as inspiration, not obligation. That is what it means to live freely. And as you rest more deeply in that state, gratitude begins to bloom. You start to see the gift in everything, even in loss, even in uncertainty. Because you realize that life's impermanence is not a problem to be solved, but a miracle to be witnessed. Every ending makes room for another beginning. Every change reminds you that nothing was ever meant to be held forever. In that realization, the world no longer frightens you. You can stand in the middle of chaos and remain still inside. You can watch the rise and fall of fortune and not lose your balance. You can experience pain and not close your heart. This is the strength that arises from awakening, a strength that looks soft to the world but is unbreakable within. When the ego finally quiets, you discover that what remains is love. Not sentimental love, not the love that comes and goes, but the boundless love of awareness itself, the recognition that everything you see, everything you feel, is made of the same essence as you. And when you live from that realization, every encounter becomes sacred. Every person becomes a reflection of yourself. Every breath feels like a prayer. In the end, there is nowhere to go. No goal left to chase. No trap left to escape. You see that the whole journey was a circle leading you back to the present moment, back to the simple truth that you are, and that is enough. Freedom was never about breaking chains, but about realizing they were never real. And when you finally see that, you smile. You smile because you understand what all the teachers, sages, and poets were trying to tell you. That the self you were trying so hard to find was the one that had been listening all along. You were never lost. You were simply dreaming. And now you are awake. You know, it's a rather funny thing. People often imagine that when they come to listen to a lecture, they must sit upright, alert, prepared to learn, as though they were attending a class in school. But what I want you to do tonight is something quite different. I'd like you to do nothing at all. That may sound odd, but it's the most important instruction I could give. Simply rest. Simply be here. Let the words come and go, like waves upon the shore. There's no need to cling to them, no need to remember them. If you drift into sleep, you have not missed a thing, because what is true has a way of remaining with you, whether you try to grasp it or not. So as you listen, perhaps lying down, perhaps sitting comfortably, just imagine that we are together in a quiet room where there is no urgency. The world outside may hurry, but in here there is only ease. There is nothing to solve, nothing to fix, nothing to achieve, only this: listening, drifting, perhaps forgetting, and perhaps remembering in another way. And what is it we are remembering? Well, that is the curious part. For what I wish to share with you is not new knowledge, not a fact to be memorized, but something far simpler, the recognition of what you already are. Not what you should be, not what you will become, but what you have always been, though it is so near, so intimate, that we often overlook it. You see, a fish does not notice the water in which it swims. A bird hardly pauses to think of the air that carries it. And in just the same way, we seldom notice the ground of consciousness in which all experience appears. We take it for granted, and in taking it for granted, we overlook the very essence of our being. Consciousness is not a thing you can hold in your hand. It is not an object among other objects. It is the background, the field, the invisible stage upon which all the colors and shapes of life play their dance. Try, for a moment, to step outside of it, and you will find you cannot. For everything you attempt is already within it. Even the thought that asks, "What is consciousness?" arises in consciousness. Now, you might think that sounds terribly abstract, but it is not meant to be. Consider, instead, how the stars appear against the night sky. Their light would mean nothing without the darkness between them. Music would not exist without silence between the notes. Every form requires a background, and consciousness is the background of all. But here is the paradox. The background cannot be seen in the same way that figures can. It is too close, too constant, too obvious. It is like your own eyes, through which you see the world, but which you do not see directly. And so the question, what is consciousness, is rather like asking, what is it that looks? You can ask the question forever, and yet the answer eludes you. For the answer is the very asking itself. So, let us not struggle to pin it down with a definition. Instead, let us notice how it appears in everything. The taste of your breath as it moves in and out, the weight of your body upon the bed, the faint hum of sound in the room, the flickering of thought that rises and falls like little waves. All of this is consciousness, not a thing separate from the world, but the world itself in its shimmering appearance. Now, you might say, but is not consciousness inside my head? Is it not produced by the brain? That is a very common idea, and in some ways a useful one. But pause for a moment. The brain itself, as you know it, is something you see in pictures, or touch in models, or imagine from diagrams. But every picture, every diagram, every idea arises in consciousness. So which came first? The brain that produces consciousness, or the consciousness in which the brain appears? It is a puzzle, like the chicken and the egg. Yet the truth may be simpler than either choice. Perhaps brain and consciousness, world and mind, inside and outside, are not separate things at all, but two sides of one process, like the crest and the trough of a wave. You cannot have one without the other. They appear together, they arise together, they vanish together. Think of weaving the warp and the weft. Alone, each is only a thread. Together, they form the cloth. In just the same way, what we call the material and what we call the mental are interwoven, inseparable. Consciousness is not floating in a void apart from matter, nor is it merely a byproduct of machinery. It is the very pattern, the ongoing dance of existence itself. And this is important for you listening now as you rest, because so often we think of ourselves as something inside the body, a little driver behind the eyes, piloting this complicated machine. But what if it is the other way round? What if the body is not your possession, but your expression? What if the world around you is not outside you at all, but is the larger body in which you live and move and have your being? Consider the leaf upon the tree. It is not separate from the tree, it is grown out of it. And the tree is not separate from the earth. It rises from the soil, drinks the rain, breathes the air. And the earth is not separate from the sun, nor the stars, nor the galaxy. Where, then, does one thing end and another begin? Look closely, and you will see there are no clear lines. All is continuous, one flowing pattern, like waves upon water. And so you, yes, you, listening now, are not a stranger dropped into this world. You are not an isolated fragment cast adrift. You are as natural as the clouds, as inseparable from the universe as the crest is from the trough. The very sense of being I, of being here and now, is not a prison, but a window through which the whole cosmos looks at itself. Now, let yourself feel that, not as an idea to grasp, but as a relaxation. There is no need to hold so tightly to the boundaries of the self. The world is holding you as the ocean holds its waves. Just as the wave cannot fall off the ocean, you cannot fall out of the universe. You may rise and fall, appear and disappear, but you are never apart. You are always the movement of the whole. And so, as you breathe, as you listen, perhaps as you drift towards sleep, remember, there is nothing to fear, nothing to prove, nothing to cling to. You are not a lonely actor upon the stage of life. You are the stage itself, the lights, the music, the whole performance. And when the curtain falls, it does not mean the play is ended forever. It only means another scene is about to begin. And so, as you lie here, listening, perhaps drifting between waking and sleep, I remind you again, you need not hold on to a single word. Let them pass as clouds pass across the sky. They are not instructions to follow, not problems to solve, only sounds rising and falling like the tide upon the shore. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, this strange thing we call I. For most of us, it seems quite obvious. I am in here and the world is out there. I look at it, I think about it, I act upon it. Yet if we look carefully, we begin to wonder, where exactly is this I? You may point to your head behind the eyes, but what you find there is not an I, but thoughts, sensations, images, all appearing in awareness. You may point to the chest, to the heart, but again what you find are feelings, pulses, movements in awareness. Where, then, is the one who claims ownership of these? Where is the self, apart from what arises? If you search for it, you will not find it. And if you stop searching, there it is as the very flow of searching itself. It is a trick of sorts, like trying to bite your own teeth. The self that says, I must find myself, is like fire trying to burn itself, or a sword trying to cut itself. The harder you try, the further away it slips. And so, the great discovery is that the self is not a thing to be found. It is the pattern of everything happening, body, thoughts, feelings, sounds, the whole world as it moves together. To say I am separate is like a wave insisting it does not belong to the ocean. But to feel I am the ocean waving here and now is to rest at last. Now, what does it mean to rest? It does not mean to stop moving. Even in stillness, the heart beats, the breath flows, thoughts ripple. Rest is not the absence of motion, but the absence of resistance. To rest is to let life be as it is, without pushing it away, without dragging it near. And here is the curious thing. The more you allow, the more you discover that life has been carrying you all along. Just as you do not pump your heart by conscious effort, just as you do not command each cell to renew itself, so the greater processes of the world move without your control. The sun rises, the earth turns, the stars burn, all without your permission, and you are part of that same unfolding. This is why, when you truly let go, you do not fall into chaos, you fall into harmony. For chaos is only the name we give when we do not see the pattern. Look at the clouds drifting across the sky. They have no straight lines, no sharp edges, yet there is a rhythm in their movement. Look at the waves on the sea, no two alike, and yet each belongs perfectly to the swell and the tide. Look even at your thoughts jumbled, scattered, endless, and you may find that they too rise and fall in a rhythm beyond your control. And when you stop resisting, you can see it. Everything belongs. Everything has its place. Even confusion, even uncertainty, even fear, just as night belongs to day, just as silence belongs to sound, so every experience belongs to the great whole. Now, many people find this idea unsettling. They say, but surely if I do not control myself, if I do not discipline, plan, and strive, everything will fall apart. And yet, notice, when you sleep, you do not control. You surrender completely, and in that surrender, your body heals, your mind renews, your being is refreshed. If you had to control sleep, you would never succeed. It comes only when you let go. So perhaps life itself is like sleep in this way. The more you grasp at it, the more restless you become. The more you trust it, the more it carries you. Trust does not mean passivity, but a kind of cooperation, like dancing with a partner. You do not drag them across the floor, nor do you collapse in their arms. You move together, listening, responding, yielding, and guiding. This is the art the Chinese call Wu Wei, not forcing, not straining, but moving with the grain of things, as water flows with gravity, as roots sink into the soil. And in this way, you discover that effort is not absent, but it is effortless. Like breathing, like blinking, like laughter, it happens of itself, and in that spontaneity, it is free. So, as you drift further now, notice how the breath breathes itself. Notice how thoughts arrive without your command. Notice how the body settles as if guided by a deeper rhythm. All of this is the dance of life, carrying you whether you try or not. And the more you see this, the lighter the burden becomes. Now, let us think of another mystery time. For much of our anxiety comes from the sense of time slipping away, of moments lost forever, of futures uncertain and pasts irretrievable. We live caught between memory and anticipation, seldom pausing to rest in the present. And yet, the present is all there has ever been. Consider this: you cannot step into the past, you cannot step into the future. You can only recall or imagine them, and both recall and imagination happen now. The past is a story told in the present. The future is a vision drawn in the present. And the present itself, that is slippery, for the moment you try to grasp it, it is gone. But perhaps that is the secret. The present is not a point to be caught. It is a flowing like a melody. A melody is not one note held forever. It is the succession, the passing, the change that makes it beautiful. Try to freeze the song and you lose the music. Let it move and the music appears. So it is with life. The beauty lies not in clinging to one instant, but in the continuous flow. To resist change is to resist being alive. For all is change, the seasons, the tides, the breath, the heart, the thoughts that pass and pass. You yourself are not the same person you were yesterday, not even the same person you were a moment ago. And that is not a tragedy, it is the very condition of life. For to live is to change, and to change is to be renewed. Just as the forest must shed its leaves, just as the moon must wax and wane, so we too must come and go, appear and disappear, die and be reborn, moment after moment. And if you can accept this, not merely as an idea, but as a felt reality, you will find peace. For you will see that death itself is not the enemy of life, but its partner, its shadow, its completion. When you fall asleep, you die a little death. The world vanishes, the self dissolves. And when you awaken, it is as if the world is born anew. And so perhaps the great death, the one we fear at the end, is only the same process on a larger scale, the self dissolving into the vastness, only to rise again in forms we cannot yet imagine. This is why, In many traditions, death is not seen as an end, but as a return, a homecoming, a renewal. And even if we do not know what lies beyond, we may trust that it belongs, just as night belongs with day, just as silence belongs with sound. So rest easy, knowing that nothing is ever truly lost. The wave returns to the sea, but the sea does not vanish. The leaf falls from the tree, but the tree lives on, and in time new leaves appear. The breath goes out, and the breath comes in. Always the cycle, always the renewal. And so, let yourself sink into this rhythm, as though you too were a wave returning to the ocean. You need not resist, you need not hold on, simply rest in the great flow and let it carry you home. We may begin to see, if we look deeply enough, that existence is not a machine grinding toward a purpose, nor a burden to be endured, but something more like a performance, a dance, a song, a play. For what is music, if not the purest example of life's way? When you listen to a melody, you do not hurry it to the end. The purpose of music is not the final chord. Were that so, the best symphony would be the one that ended instantly. No, the delight of music lies in the unfolding, the rise and fall, the tension and the release, the play between expectation and surprise. You allow it to move as it will, and in its movement lies the beauty. So too with life. If the purpose of living were only to arrive at some final goal, we would all rush to the end as quickly as possible. But the end of life is death, and if that were its sole purpose, the faster the better. Yet we instinctively resist that, because deep down, we know life is not a race to a finish. Life is the music itself, the dance, the play. Imagine the universe as a vast stage upon which every star, every creature, every moment is a part of the grand performance. You are not merely in the audience. You are on the stage as well, playing your role with every breath, every gesture. And though you may forget the script, though you may stumble over your lines, the play continues, and in its very improvisation lies the genius. For that is what existence is, improvisation. The universe did not begin with a carefully written plan, with blueprints laid out for every detail. It began, and it unfolds like a jazz performance, each moment responding to the last, each note calling forth another, with no fixed destination but the joy of the flow itself. When you see this, you begin to relax into the play. You no longer demand that it conform to your private plot. You understand that your story is one thread in a vast tapestry, and the tapestry is more beautiful for its endless variety. There are tragedies and comedies, climaxes and pauses, dissonances and harmonies, and each has its place, for without contrast, no scene would shine. Consider how light is known only through darkness, how laughter is sweetest after tears, how reunion is precious only because of separation. The play requires both sides, and you are both sides. For you are not only the hero of your story, but also the background against which the hero moves. You are the stage, the scenery, the supporting cast, the hidden hand that guides the plot. And here is the curious discovery. The one who plays all the parts is you, though not the small you who worries about tomorrow's tasks and yesterday's mistakes. Rather, the great self, the totality, the eternal actor who wears 1,000 masks. It is the cosmos playing hide and seek with itself, forgetting and remembering, concealing and revealing, over and over again. You see, it would be dreadfully boring to know everything at once, to have no surprises, no risks, no unknowns. So, the one becomes many, the infinite becomes finite, the eternal becomes temporary, in order to experience the thrill of discovery. Just as a child hides behind a curtain, knowing they will be found, so the universe hides itself in you, in me, in every form, to delight in the moment of revelation. This is why, If you feel lost, if you feel uncertain, it is not a mistake. It is part of the play. You are the cosmos, pretending to be uncertain, pretending to seek, so that the joy of finding can be felt. Were you never lost, you could never be found. Were you never confused, clarity would have no meaning. Think of a game of cards. If you could see all the hands, if you knew the outcome in advance, where would the thrill be? It is precisely the not knowing, the risk, the chance that makes the game alive. And so the universe plays with itself, concealing the ending, leaving the next move uncertain, so that every moment is fresh, alive, real. Now, when you understand this, the heaviness begins to lift. You realize that you do not have to force life into seriousness at every turn. Of course, seriousness has its place, just as drama has its scenes. But beneath it all, the foundation is play. Even the gravest act, even the deepest sorrow, is woven into the larger dance, the rhythm of yin and yang, of rise and fall, of life and death. And if you can see that, you begin to smile, even in difficulty. Not the smile of denial, but the smile of recognition that the tragedy is part of the comedy, that the fall is part of the rise, that the loss is part of the renewal. You begin to sense that, in some deeper way, you are not a victim of the drama, but its author, and not just the author, but also the audience enjoying the show. For when you step back far enough, you see that everything balances, the mountains and the valleys, the stars and the void, the birth and the death. There is no one side without the other, no crest without the trough, no sound without silence. And so, to resist half of life is to resist the whole, to deny the pattern that makes it complete. It is like weaving again. The threads cross back and forth, dark and light, one way and the other, and only together do they form the cloth. If you were to pull out all the threads you disliked, there would be no fabric left. And so, the universe weaves with opposites, and we are each a strand in that endless loom. And perhaps the deepest realization is this: the play is never finished. The curtain falls, yes, but only to rise again. The actors bow, but only to return in new roles, new scenes, new worlds. For eternity is not endless time, but timelessness, the endless capacity of the present to appear in new forms. So here you are, playing your part, as real and as sincere as any role can be. And behind you, through you, as you, the eternal self delights in the performance, knowing that in the end, nothing is lost, nothing is wasted. Every joy, every sorrow, every moment is part of the great laughter, the cosmic dance. It is one thing to see the universe as play, as music, as dance, but another to carry that vision into the texture of daily life. For here we find ourselves faced with very human struggles, fear of loss, desire for certainty, the restless urge to control what we cannot. And so we ask, if all is play, why do I suffer? If life is a dance, why do my steps stumble? These are honest questions, and they deserve honest attention. First, let us look at fear. Fear is the shadow cast by uncertainty, the trembling that arises when we cannot predict what lies ahead. Yet look closely. When has the future ever been certain? Has it not always been unknown? And yet here you are, alive, breathing, carried from moment to moment through countless uncertainties. Fear is not a flaw, it is part of the play. It sharpens awareness, it quickens the pulse, it reminds us of our vulnerability. But when we see it for what it is, a ripple in the stream of consciousness, we need not be enslaved by it. We can let it rise and fall as clouds pass through the sky, without mistaking it for the whole. Next, desire. We spend much of our lives chasing after what we do not yet have, convinced that if only this or that were attained, then at last we would be whole. But consider, each desire fulfilled gives way to another. The horizon recedes, always just beyond reach. If satisfaction lay only in the future, it would never arrive. So perhaps desire too is part of the play. It is the reaching of the flame toward the fuel, the hunger that keeps the dance moving. But when we see it clearly, we no longer mistake it for salvation. We can enjoy it as one enjoys the thrill of a chase in a game without believing the prize will make us eternal. And then there is control. The sense that if only we could master ourselves, master others, master the world, all would be safe. But have you noticed, the more we tighten our grip, the more things slip through our fingers? The child clutches the butterfly, and it is crushed. The river is dammed, and it overflows elsewhere. Control is not wrong. It has its place. We must guide, we must shape, we must steer. But when control becomes obsession, it turns against itself. For life is too vast to be held in a single hand. It moves in ways beyond our prediction, beyond our design. And so the art is not total control, but cooperation to row with the current rather than against it, to listen as much as to command. Now, when fear, desire, and control are seen in this way, they lose their weight. They do not vanish, they are threads in the pattern, but they are no longer mistaken for the whole fabric. You can let fear tremble without believing it defines you. You can let desire burn without chasing it endlessly. You can guide without the illusion of mastery. And in that space, something else appears. Acceptance. Not resignation, not defeat, but a quiet recognition that life, as it is enough. That even the struggle is part of the dance. Even the wound is part of the healing. Acceptance is not passive. It is the deepest activity of all, for it requires you to see clearly, to open fully, to allow without resistance. In acceptance, you discover a freedom greater than control, a peace deeper than certainty. And so, as the play unfolds, you find yourself smiling more easily, even at the ordinary. The taste of water, the sound of wind, the glance of a stranger, all shine with a quiet radiance. You begin to notice that life does not need to be extraordinary to be profound. It is profound simply because it island. For when you step back far enough, you see that everything balances. The mountains and the valleys, the stars and the void, the birth and the death. There is no one side without the other, no crest without the trough, no sound without silence. And so, to resist half of life is to resist the whole, to deny the pattern that makes it complete. It is like weaving a game. The threads cross back and forth, dark and light, one way and the other, and only together do they form the cloth. If you were to pull out all the threads you disliked, there would be no fabric left. And so, the universe weaves with opposites, and we are each a strand in that endless loom. And perhaps the deepest realization is this: the play is never finished. The curtain falls, yes, but only to rise again. The actors bow, but only to return in new roles, new scenes, new worlds. For eternity is not endless time, but timelessness. The endless capacity of the present to appear in new forms. So here you are, playing your part, as real and as sincere as any role can be. And behind you, through you, as you, the eternal self delights in the performance, knowing that in the end, nothing is lost, nothing is wasted. Every joy, every sorrow, every moment is part of the great laughter, the cosmic dance. It is one thing to see the universe as play, as music, as dance, but another to carry that vision into the texture of daily life. For here we find ourselves faced with very human struggles, fear of loss, desire for certainty, the restless urge to control what we cannot. And so we ask, if all is play, why do I suffer? If life is a dance, why do my steps stumble? These are honest questions, and they deserve honest attention. First, let us look at fear. Fear is the shadow cast by uncertainty, the trembling that arises when we cannot predict what lies ahead. Yet look closely. When has the future ever been certain? Has it not always been unknown? And yet here you are, alive, breathing, carried from moment to moment through countless uncertainties. Fear is not a flaw. It is part of the play. It sharpens awareness. It quickens the pulse. It reminds us of our vulnerability. But when we see it for what it is, a ripple in the stream of consciousness, we need not be enslaved by it. We can let it rise and fall as clouds pass through the sky, without mistaking it for the whole. Next, desire. We spend much of our lives chasing after what we do not yet have, convinced that if only this or that were attained, then at last we would be whole. But consider, each desire fulfilled gives way to another. The horizon recedes, always just beyond reach. If satisfaction lay only in the future, it would never arrive. So, perhaps desire too is part of the play. It is the reaching of the flame toward the fuel, the hunger that keeps the dance moving. But when we see it clearly, we no longer mistake it for salvation. We can enjoy it as one enjoys the thrill of a chase in a game without believing the prize will make us eternal. And then there is control, the sense that if only we could master ourselves, master others, master the world, all would be safe. But have you noticed? The more we tighten our grip, the more things slip through our fingers. The child clutches the butterfly, and it is crushed. The river is dammed, and it overflows elsewhere. Control is not wrong. It has its place. We must guide, we must shape, we must steer. But when control becomes obsession, it turns against itself. For life is too vast to be held in a single hand. It moves in ways beyond our prediction, beyond our design, and so the art is not total control, but cooperation, to row with the current rather than against it, to listen as much as to command. Now, when fear, desire, and control are seen in this way, they lose their weight, they do not vanish, they are threads in the pattern, but they are no longer mistaken for the whole fabric. You can let fear tremble without believing it defines you. You can let desire burn without chasing it endlessly. You can guide without the illusion of mastery. And in that space, something else appears, acceptance. Not resignation, not defeat, but a quiet recognition that life, as it is enough. That even the struggle is part of the dance. Even the wound is part of the healing. Acceptance is not passive. It is the deepest activity of all, for it requires you to see clearly, to open fully, to allow without resistance. In acceptance, you discover a freedom greater than control, a peace deeper than certainty. And so, as the play unfolds, you find yourself smiling more easily, even at the ordinary, the taste of water, the sound of wind, the glance of a stranger, all shine with a quiet radiance. You begin to notice that life does not need to be extraordinary to be profound. It is profound simply because it's simple. And perhaps, as you notice this, a new gratitude arises. Gratitude not for some special gift or sudden miracle, but for the sheer fact of being that there is something rather than nothing, that there is awareness, that there is this endless unfolding, gratitude not clutched at, not forced, but flowing naturally, like water from a spring. In this gratitude, you see that even the end of things belongs. Just as the sunset is not less beautiful for ending the day, just as the last note completes the song, so endings are not errors, but fulfillments. And even death, feared as the final theft, is in truth the final gift, the gift of completion, the turning of the cycle, the clearing of the stage for new scenes to appear. And so we return, not to conclusions, but to the simplicity with which we began. The world is not to be solved, but to be experienced. You are not to be perfected, but to be lived. Consciousness is not to be captured, but to be noticed. And here, in this noticing, is peace. Peace that does not depend on circumstances, on achievements, on assurances. Peace that arises simply from seeing that all is as it is, and that what is enough. So let it be. Let the dance go on, with its laughter and its tears, its gains and its losses, its beginnings and its endings. For beneath it all, through it all, as it all, is the self that is never lost, never harmed, never absent. The self that plays all the roles, that wears all the masks, that sings all the songs. And that self which is you, which is me, which is all, is timeless, boundless, free. And so, as this reflection drifts toward its close, notice that nothing has really ended. The words have thinned, the thoughts have quieted, yet the awareness in which they appear remains. It is like a fire that has burned down to embers, not extinguished, but glowing quietly, giving warmth without flame. Life is like this, too. Every conversation, every season, every breath, all of them rise, shine for a time, and then settle back into the silence from which they came. But the silence is not emptiness. It is the source, the stillness that makes every sound possible, the background that holds every form. Perhaps you can sense it now, the way all things lean gently into rest. The body knows how to settle without instruction. The breath knows how to soften without command. The mind knows how to loosen its grip without force. Just as waves come to shore, then slip quietly back to sea, so all of this, too, returns to the vastness from which it came. There is no need to hold on, no need to resist. The lecture, like the day, like the life you are living, has its natural rhythm. And just as the sun dips below the horizon, not with a crash, but with a fading glow, so too do these words dissolve, leaving only the openness in which they first appeared. Rest in that openness. Trust it, as the earth trusts the night. For the same awareness that has carried you through these reflections carries you still, through waking and dreaming, through silence and sound, through beginning and ending alike. So let it all be. Let the thoughts pass, let the body soften, let the silence deepen. You are not separate from it, you are it. The watcher and the watched, the listener and the voice, the breath and the stillness between breaths. Here, there is nothing left to do, only the quiet recognition that all is well, and all has always been well, in the great unfolding of things. And now, as the final words fade like echoes in a canyon, may you rest easily, without effort, without question, carried by the same flow that has carried stars across the sky, rivers to the sea, and every heartbeat of your life to this very moment. Good night.
In a very peculiar trap. We are convinced that life is a journey, a pilgrimage, with a serious purpose at the end. And the goal is to get to that end successfully, meaning with a certain sense of virtue, of accomplishment, to have achieved something, to have left our mark. But what if the entire affair is rather more like a piece of music or a dance? The meaning of a symphony is not contained in its final chord. The meaning of the dance is not to get to a particular spot on the floor. The meaning of it all is in the playing itself, in the dancing itself. So the question I'd like to explore with you is this. What happens when we stop taking this musical, dancing, swirling, star-like existence so dreadfully seriously? You know, we have this immense burden. We walk around with a constant low-grade anxiety that we are not doing it right, that we are not living properly. We are forever preparing to live. We think, I must get through school to get a good job. I must get a good job to have a secure life. I must have a secure life to raise a family. I must raise a family so they can get through school to get a good job. It's an endless cycle of purpose, where the purpose is always elsewhere. It's never right here. It's never now. We are like people reading a novel who are only interested in getting to the last page. And so we skim. We turn the pages frantically, missing all the poetry, all the drama, all the lovely descriptions, just to see how it turns out. And then when we get there, we close the book and say, is that all? And the whole point of the book was in the reading, in the living through it. We are missing the show because we are too busy looking for the meaning behind the show. We are like a person at a concert who does not listen to the music, but instead reads the score, checking for mistakes. The music is playing all around him, and he is missing the entire point. This is what happens when life becomes a problem to be solved, rather than a reality to be experienced. We build up this enormous structure of seriousness. We have to have the right credentials. We have to have the right job title. We have to have the right kind of car, the right address. We have to be seen with the right people. It's a colossal act, a performance. And we are terrified that the audience will see through the cracks, that they will see we are just making it up as we go along. And of course we are. Everyone is. The secret that nobody ever admits is that nobody really knows what's going on. We're all just playing roles. The doctor, the lawyer, the businessman, the mother, the father. They are roles, they are games. And games are fun, so long as you don't confuse the game with your fundamental reality. The problem arises when you forget you are playing, when you think you are your role, that you are the mask. Then the game becomes a prison. It becomes serious, and you have to defend it. You have to prove you are a good, serious, upstanding, purposeful person. But what is the alternative to all this seriousness? It seems frightening. If I am not serious, if I don't have a purpose, then what am I? I become a nothing, a washout, a failure in the eyes of the world. But this is where we have a profound misunderstanding. We think the opposite of seriousness is frivolity, shallowness, a kind of irresponsible laughter. But that's not it at all. The true opposite of taking life seriously is to see it as play, to see the universe itself as fundamentally playful. Look at nature. Does it look serious to you? Look at a kitten chasing its tail. Look at waves lapping against the shore. Look at the patterns of migrating birds in the sky. Do they look like they are on a grim mission? Do the clouds look like they are filled with existential dread? No, they are simply playing. They are expressing themselves. The universe is, at heart, a musical phenomenon. It is a dance of energy. And a dance has no destination. It is its own reason for being. We have this idea that everything in nature has a purpose. The bird sings to attract a mate. The flower is bright to attract a bee. The butterfly has eye spots to scare away predators. It's all an engineering project. But this is just us projecting our own purpose-driven anxiety onto the world. Why does the bird really sing? Why does the wave really break on the shore? Why does the star really shine? Is it not perhaps for the same reason a child sings or skips, for the sheer joy of expression, for the fun of it? We say the bird sings for a purpose, to survive. But I must ask, why survive? What is that for? To sing more songs, to have more babies who will sing more songs. You see, it becomes a circular argument. It's like saying the purpose of music is to get to the end of the composition. It misses the point entirely. The Chinese have a wonderful concept, Wu Wei, often translated as non-action or effortless action. It doesn't mean doing nothing. It means acting without straining, without forcing. It is the way of water, which wears away the hardest rock by yielding. It does not strive. It simply flows. And in that flowing, it accomplishes everything. And they have another word for this attitude towards nature, purposelessness. Now, to our Western ears, that is a terrible insult. Purposeless? That's useless. That's a waste of time. But to the Chinese mind, it is the highest compliment. They look at nature and see it as purposeless. The mountains just are. The rivers just flow. They aren't going anywhere. They aren't achieving anything. They are simply expressing their own nature. And in that, they are profoundly beautiful, profound and trustworthy. We think trust means believing that nature will always give us what we want, that it will be safe and comfortable. But that's not trust. That is a demand. Real trust is like the trust you have when you throw a ball. You let go of it. You have faith in the process. You don't hold on to the ball and run to the other person and carefully place it in their hand. You throw it, you let it fly. Life requires that same kind of trust. It requires you to let go, to stop trying to hold everything so tightly, to stop trying to control every outcome. If you do not have this trust, if you do not trust nature, and by nature I mean both the world outside you and your own inner nature, what is the alternative? The alternative is what we have created. It is a world of total mistrust. It is a world where we feel nature has got to be watched. It has got to be controlled. We can't trust our own instincts, our own desires, our own emotions. They are too dangerous. They are too messy. So what do? We create authorities to manage it all. We create rules, laws, systems, bureaucracies. We create a world where the most important thing is not the living of life, but the recording of it. It is more important that your files are in order than that you are a kind person. It is more important that the university's records are perfect than that its library is full of inspiring books. We are so busy measuring life that we forget to live it. We become our own jailers. We are so afraid of making a mistake, of looking foolish, of not being serious enough, that we fence ourselves in. We create a life that is, as they say, all jail and no prisoner, a structure with nothing alive inside it. But life is inherently messy. It is inherently playful. It is inherently spontaneous. You cannot schedule a moment of awe. You cannot program a belly laugh. You cannot force a genuine insight. These things happen when you let go. They happen when you stop taking yourself so seriously. A true scholar, in the original sense, is not someone who studies to get a degree. The word scholar means leisure. A scholar was a person of leisure who studied things not because they were useful, but because they were fascinating, because they were delightful. They studied the charming irrelevances of life, the things that do not contribute directly to survival, but that make survival worthwhile. Poetry, art, music, philosophy, the patterns of stars, the shapes of shells, this is play. And if you do not have room in your life for the playful, life is not worth living. But, and this is a very important but, if the only reason you play is because it is good for you, because it helps you work better afterwards, then you are not really playing at all. You are just working in a different form. You must learn to do things that have no purpose. Pick up a pebble. Look at it. Don't try to get a sermon out of it. Don't try to make it mean something. Just enjoy its texture, its color, its shape. Just enjoy it. Do not feel you have to justify the moment by saying it advances your aesthetic understanding. Just enjoy the pebble. When you can do that, you become, strangely, a healthy human being. You become able to be a loving, helpful person. But if you can only do things because you are going to get something out of it, you are what I would call a vulture. You are circling over life, waiting to profit from it, instead of landing and joining the dance. So, the first step is to see the incredible weight of seriousness we carry. To see the structure of purpose we have built around ourselves, like a shell. And to begin to wonder, what if we could set it down? Just for a moment. What if we could, as the Chinese say, learn purposelessness? What would that feel like? It would feel like the moment you stop striving and simply listen to the rain. It would feel like watching wild geese fly and be hidden in the clouds. It would feel like watching a ship vanish behind a distant island. It would feel like wandering on and on in a great forest with no thought of return. Haven't you ever done that? Haven't you ever just gone for a walk with no particular place to go? You twiddle your thumbs. You hit a stick against a stump. You are, in that moment, a perfectly rational human being. You have learned the great art of purposelessness. And in that space, life stops being a problem. It becomes a song. And you begin to hear the music that has been playing all along. But this is only the beginning. We have seen the weight. Now we must look at the dancer. We must look at this you that is trying so hard to be serious. What is it? Where did it come from? And is it perhaps also part of the game? So we find ourselves carrying this immense weight. We are playing a role, and we have forgotten that it is a role. We have become convinced that the mask is our true face, that the part we play, the banker, the mother, the student, the failure, the success, is who we are fundamentally. This you that you take so seriously, this ego, this personality, what is it? Where did it come from? If you look for it, it's rather elusive. It's a collection of memories, a bundle of desires and fears, a certain pattern of behavior. It's a story you tell yourself and others about who you are. I am a person who likes this and dislikes that. I am someone who did this and failed to do that. It is a concept, a thought. And like all thoughts, it is fleeting. It has no solidity. You cannot locate it in the body. Is it in the head, the heart? The brain is an instrument, a fantastic computer, but it is not the operator. The eye cannot see itself. The tooth cannot bite itself. The thinker cannot think itself. This you is a vibration, a pattern, a whirlpool in the stream of life. A whirlpool is a recognizable pattern. You can say, there is the whirlpool, but if you try to grab it, to take it out of the river, you get nothing but a handful of water. The whirlpool is something the river is doing. It is an activity, not a thing. In the same way, what you call me is something the universe is doing, right here and right now. It is a temporary dancing pattern, a gesture, and like a gesture in the air, it is fundamentally empty. It leaves no trace. Now, this can sound frightening. The idea that I am not a solid, enduring thing can feel like annihilation. But is it? Or is it the discovery of your true, vast nature? You are not the whirlpool. You are the whole river. You are not the wave. You are the ocean. We are all actors in this fantastic divine play. And the problem is not that we are acting. The problem is that we are bad actors. We are method actors. We have gotten so absorbed in the part that we've forgotten the curtain will fall. We've forgotten the audience. We've even forgotten that there are other actors on the stage, and we think our role is the only important one. A good actor knows he is acting. He can play the part of a king with tremendous conviction. But when he walks off the stage, he takes off the crown and has a beer. He doesn't go home and order his family about because he was a king on stage. He knows it was a game. The whole of life has a similar nature. It is a drama. It is a play of energy. And when you know that, you can play your part with immense verve, with passion, with compassion, with everything you have. But you won't be deceived. You won't take the tragedies backstage. You won't cling to the triumphs as if they were your permanent identity. You see, when you don't take your ego so seriously, a wonderful thing happens. You begin to relax. The constant low-grade anxiety of having to protect this fragile fictional self begins to dissolve. You can afford to be more spontaneous. You can afford to be foolish. You can afford to make mistakes. Because it's all part of the play. A wave in the ocean is not anxious about crashing on the shore. It's what waves do. It's part of the rhythm. It will gather itself again. In the same way, your successes and failures are just part of the rhythm of your expression. They are not the final judgment on you, because there is no you to be judged in that solid, fixed way. There is only the dancing, the flowing. This is why the Chinese sages praised purposelessness. They saw that nature is not going anywhere. It is just expressing itself. A tree does not purpose to grow. It grows because it is a tree. A bird does not purpose to sing. It sings because it is a bird. We are the same. Our purpose is not some distant goal. Our purpose is to express what we are right now. And what are we? We are the universe. We are nature. We are that same energy that blows out the stars, that shapes the galaxies, that curls the waves. You are not a stranger in a foreign universe. You are this universe, and it is you. So, how do you live this? How do you stop taking the mask so seriously? You don't do anything. That's the great joke. You cannot try to be spontaneous. You cannot make an effort to be effortless. That is like trying to bite your own teeth. Or like a person hearing a funny joke and then stopping to think, I must laugh now to show I understand. The real laugh comes from nowhere. It happens to you. When this realization dawns, life ceases to be a problem. It becomes a game, a very serious game, sometimes. A tragic game, sometimes. But a game nonetheless, and you can play a serious game without taking it seriously. A good chess player is utterly absorbed in the game. He cares deeply, but he does not think. The fate of the universe rests on whether he wins or loses. He knows it's chess, so you can go about your life. You can do your job, raise your family, pay your bills, but you do it with a lightness. You do it as an expression, not as a means of validation. You work not because you have to prove you are a worthy person, but because the work is there to be done, like a mountain is there to be climbed. This is what is called working for the work's sake, singing for the song's sake. It is action without attachment. You pour yourself completely into the moment, and then you let it go. You don't cling to the result. A cat does not pursue a mouse because it has a philosophy of predation. It does it because it is a cat. It is totally absorbed in the pursuit. It is a perfect expression of cattiness. And when the moment is over, it is over. The cat stretches and goes to sleep. It doesn't lie awake wondering if it was a good cat or if it could have caught the mouse more efficiently. It is simply itself. We can learn from that. We can learn to be simply ourselves. Not the idea of ourselves, but the living, breathing, immediate reality of ourselves. When you are no longer defending a fragile self-image, you become incredibly strong. Criticism doesn't shatter you. Failure doesn't define you. Success doesn't inflate you. You can flow with circumstances. You can adapt. You can be like water, which is soft and yielding, yet which can eventually wear away the hardest rock. This is not passivity. This is supreme intelligence. It is action that is in accord with the total situation, not just with your narrow, selfish desire. It is the action of the whole universe expressing itself through you. So you see, the answer to the burden of seriousness is not to become frivolous. It is to become playful, to see the cosmos as it is, a joyous, spontaneous, and yes, sometimes painful dance. And to see yourself not as a lonely dancer, but as the dance itself. But the dance has a rhythm. It has a certain pattern. And to understand that pattern is to understand the deepest joke of all. Now, having seen the weight of our self-constructed seriousness, and having glimpsed the illusion of the separate solitary ego, we are left with a question. Not a question to be answered, but an invitation. An invitation to participate. What is left when you are not busy building a monument to yourself? What remains when the constant narration in your head, the commentary, the judgment, the planning begins to quiet down? What remains is the experience itself, the raw, unfiltered isness of things, the feeling of the wind on your skin, the sound of a distant bird, the coolness of water. This is not a trivial reality. This is the fundamental reality. The world is not something you have to figure out. It is something to be tasted, touched, heard, and seen. You are not a passenger in the universe, being taken for a ride. You are the universe, experiencing itself. The eyes you look out of are not your personal possession. They are the eyes of life itself, looking out at its own creation. The energy that animates your body is the same energy that spins the galaxies. This is not a mystical fantasy. This is the most practical thing in the world. When you know this, not just as an idea, but as a feeling in your bones, your relationship with everything changes. You begin to see that life is not a journey with a destination. It is a musical thing. You are here to sing, to dance, to play. But we have been taught that playing is frivolous, that it is only for children. But I ask you, what is the alternative? All work and no play does not just make Jack a dull boy. It makes him a nervous wreck. It makes him a tyrant. It makes him a machine. The alternative is to join the dance. To understand that your very existence is your justification. You do not need permission to be. You do not need to earn the right to be here. You are here because you are here, just as a rose is red because it is a rose. So how does one live this way? You don't try. Trying is the energy of the separate ego, the energy of seriousness. You simply begin to notice. You notice the moments when you are already not trying. The moment you are captivated by a piece of music and forget yourself. The moment you are so absorbed in a conversation that time stops. The moment you are walking in nature and your endless internal chatter simply ceases. In those moments, you are there. You are fully present. And in that presence, there is no problem. There is only the dance. The goal is not to make those moments happen. The goal is to notice that they are always available, because the dance is always happening. Your very breathing is part of it. Your heartbeat is the drum beat. This is the great liberation. To understand that you are already free. You are already what you are seeking. You are not going to become happy, peaceful, or enlightened at some future date. You can only be those things now. Any effort to become something is a rejection of what you already are, which is the energy of the cosmos. This does not mean you become passive. Quite the opposite. When you are not wasting energy defending an idea of yourself, you have immense energy available for life. You can act with tremendous efficiency and compassion, because your action is not about you. It is about the situation itself. It is the universe responding to itself. You become like the Zen archer, who does not shoot the arrow. It shoots. There is no arrogant archer separate from the bow, the arrow, and the target. There is only the one event, the shooting. This is action without strain. This is wu-wei. And so the call to action is not a call to do something new. It is a call to see something you have been overlooking. It is a call to trust. To trust yourself, to trust your own nature, and the nature of which you are a part. Yes, this is a risk. Life will sometimes let you down with a wallop. But the alternative, the life of total mistrust, of control, of constant surveillance of yourself and the world, that is not a life at all. That is a prison of your own making. The call is to let go, to join the dance that has been going on for billions of years, to sing the song that is already singing itself through you. You are under no obligation to be the same person you were 5 minutes ago. You are under no obligation to be serious. You are under no obligation to justify your existence. Your only obligation, if there is one, is to be true to the deepest truth of your being, that you are a unique, irreplaceable, and temporary expression of the whole universe. And the universe is not serious. It is playful, it is joyful, it is a great cosmic game of hide and seek, where it is both the hider and the seeker. So, go on, play, experiment, be foolish, be magnificent, fail gloriously, succeed lightly, love, lose, feel it all. But whatever you do, don't miss the show by being too busy looking for the meaning behind it. The meaning is in the music. The meaning is in the dance. And you are the music. You are the dance.